Chapter 541. Who are they? Looking at the dozen figures who suddenly came out of the dense forest in front of him, Chu Hen's heart tightened. He subconsciously shielded Luo Mengchang behind him, and a look of caution appeared on his face. "Father!" But then Luo Mengchang shouted in surprise. "Father?" Luo Qiong, the head of the Luo clan, one of the 8 great clans of Moon City? Chu Hen was startled. He saw that the people who came did not have any dangerous aura, and the leader was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. The man was dressed in a brocade robe, and he had an extraordinary bearing. His face was like jade, and he looked very handsome. But if one looked closely, they would find that there were many white hairs on his temples, and there were shallow grooves on his forehead. These were obviously the traces left behind by years of hard work, wind, frost, rain, and snow. Even so, the middle-aged man in front of him still had a unique temperament. "Young lady!" The people behind Luo Qiong bowed respectfully in unison. "Father, why are you here?" Luo Mengchang walked in front of Chu Hen, but she did not immediately return to Luo Qiong's side. Instead, she looked at him with surprise. Luo Qiong did not answer, but looked at Chu Hen with his slightly aged eyes and said, "Can I talk to my daughter alone?" Chu Hen was stunned, and he was caught off guard. "Of course." He immediately cupped his fists and bowed politely. Junior Chu Hen greets the head of the Luo clan. Luo Qiong nodded with a smile, but the emotions contained in this smile were a little complicated. Luo Mengchang was a little confused, and she always felt that Luo Qiong was a little strange. Come with me," Luo Qiong said, and took the lead to walk toward a narrow path in the forest. "Go. I'll wait for you here." Chu Hen said softly, "Okay." Luo Mengchang agreed softly and then left with Luo Qiong. Not long after the two of them left, another team appeared at this place. This group was none other than the other clans in Moon City, and Fist Master Tsang Yuanjia was among them. "Hee, what a coincidence to meet you here." Tsang Yuanjia looked at Chu Hen playfully and said. Chu Hen furrowed his brows and ignored the other party. However, to Chu Hen's surprise, the Luo family did not greet Tsang Yuanjia and the others. It was obvious that the two of them had met before this. Seeing that Chu Hen was ignoring him, Tsang Yuanjia sneered, "What are you still doing here?" "What does it have to do with you?" Chu Hen retorted with some displeasure. "Hey, everyone here is from my Moon End City. Don't you feel like an eyesore standing here? If it's an eyesore, you can go further away. No one asked you to stand here." "You!" Tsang Yuanjia's face sank. His words were rebutted by Chu Hen, which made him feel a little embarrassed. However, he could not defeat Chu Hen, so he did not dare to make a move. He then took a deep breath and sneered, "Humph! To be honest, you defeated young Master Shui only because of the Heavenly Spirit Curse Seal. You don't have much ability. If my brother Tsang Yujie was here, you would not have a chance to be the champion of the Sword Code meet." Tsang Yujie, the leader of the 4 young masters, Young Master Yu. Upon hearing this name, many people more or less had a look of admiration on their faces. "Are you done?" Chu Hen replied indifferently, "Humph! How can you be a match for Luo Mengchang with your background? I advise you to give up on this idea. To be honest, she will soon be a member of our Tsang family." "What did you say?" Chu Hen's pupils shrank and his face turned frosty. The quiet forest was filled with the fresh and moist smell of the earth. A few rays of sunlight shone through the treetops, making it look exceptionally gentle. Luo Qiong, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly turned around. His gentle eyes were filled with fatherly love. "It seems like you like that young man a lot." Luo Mengchang smiled softly, and her beautiful eyes wandered. "Yes, he is indeed very attractive to me, and he treats me very well." Luo Qiong hesitated for a moment and said with difficulty, "If you had to choose between him and Tsang Yujie, who would you choose?" Who would you choose? The sudden question made the smile on Luo Mingchang's face freeze. She stared blankly at the gentle middle-aged man in front of her. He was the person who understood her the most. Who would she choose? There was no need to ask this question. Father you? Luo Qiong did not avoid Luo Mingchang's gaze, but the guilt between his eyebrows was getting stronger. I'm sorry, Sheng'er. This is a request from the Tsang family. Luo Mengchang murmured. Luo Qiong nodded. He had an indescribable feeling in his heart. More than 10 years ago, there was an incident in Taishao City. The Luo family was chased out of the city by the Mu family and fled all the way to Moon End City. In order to revive the family, the Luo family lived under someone else's roof and were like servants. No one had the right to blame Luo Qiong, not even Luo Mengchang, because she knew that he had never wronged her all these years. Back then, between dignity and the family, Luo Qiong chose to put down his dignity and protect the family. Now, between happiness and the family, how would Luo Mengchang choose? Father, give me time. I will definitely take back Taishao City with my own hands. Luo Mengchang looked at him firmly and said. Luo Qiong could not help but clench his fists behind his back. How could he not know how talented his daughter was? He also understood that, as long as she was given time, the Luo family would definitely prosper. But at the same time, the Tsang family also knew this. That was why the Tsang family had bound her so quickly. With a long sigh, Luo Qiong shook his head helplessly. If you marry Tsang Yujie, the Tsang family will immediately help us return to Taishao City. Take back the Taishao sword and fulfill your grandfather's lifelong wish. The Tsang family, the head of the 8 great families of Moon End City, was a first-class force. With their strength, it would not be difficult to take down the Mu family of Taishao City. What if I am not willing? Luo Mengchang frowned and asked softly, If you are not willing, the Tsang family will take back all the property of the Luo family and expel us from Moon End City. What? Luo Mingchang's expression changed. She clenched her fists so hard that her knuckles turned white. She never thought that the Tsang family would threaten her with such conditions. Confiscating all the property of the Luo family would mean that the entire family would have nothing, and it would be even more difficult than when they escaped from Taishao City. Nearly 1,000 people in the Luo family would be homeless. What would they rely on to maintain their basic survival? In particular, once the Mu family of Taishao City knew that the Luo family had lost the protection of the Tsang family, they would most likely come to add insult to injury. At that time, there would not even be a place for the Luo family in the vast 100 Kingdoms region. This also meant that the hard work of the past 10 years would be in vain. More importantly, with the way the Tsang family acted, it was hard to imagine what kind of means they would use to restrict Luo Mingchang's growth in the future. The wheel of fate seemed to be spinning at a high speed. Luo Mengchang was at a loss. She was not a selfish person. It could be seen from how well she treated Chu Hen. Even though Chu Hen had already obtained a heavenly spirit sigil, Luo Mengchang still took the initiative to give him the doppelganger sigil. However, such a choice was often the most difficult one. After a long silence, Luo Mengchang slowly raised her head. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently. I want to say goodbye to him. Her calm voice was a little pale. Luo Qiong could not help but feel a pain in her heart. She then nodded gently. A series of light footsteps made the eyes of Chu Hen, who was waiting anxiously, light up. Everyone looked over and saw Luo Mengchang and Luo Qiong, the father and daughter pair, walking over one after another. Mengchang. Chu Hen quickly greeted them. Luo Mengchang smiled lightly and said, What's wrong? We haven't seen each other for a while, and you already miss me. Looking at the other party, the depression in Chu Hen's heart suddenly dissipated. On the other side, Sang Yuanjie sneered and looked at Luo Qiong with interest. Luo family head, how did the conversation go? There was no respect in his frivolous words. Although the Luo family was one of the 8 great families in Moon End City, in the eyes of the Tsang family, The Luo family was just a servant with no status. Luo Qiong did not say anything. She just looked at Luo Mengchang and Chu Hen with a complicated expression. "Dad, wait here for a moment." "Okay," Luo Qiong replied. After saying that, Luo Mengchang took Chu Hen's hand and walked away. The stream was gurgling and the river was flowing. A cheerful stream flowed through the valley. Flowers and plants were blooming beside the stream. A lone butterfly was jumping among the flowers as if it was looking for a lost companion. On a long stone slab on the shore, two people sat next to each other. Luo Mengchang rested her head on Chu Hen's shoulder. Her right hand was interlocked with Chu Hen's palm. Her left hand was facing the sky. Her white and slender fingers were as beautiful as jade under the sunlight. Luo Mengchang swung her little hand quietly like a playful girl next door. "Don't you have something to say to me? Why are you just playing by yourself?" Chu Hen smiled gently. Luo Mengchang put down her left hand and moved her head away from Chu Hen's shoulder. Chu Hen tilted his head and looked at her. Her beautiful face was reflected in his dark eyes. That Luo Mengchang bit her red lips and said softly, "I think I can't go sightseeing with you. I have to go back to Moon End City." "Why are you going back? Is there anything going on at home?" "Yes." "Then I will go back with you." "No need." Luo Mengchang shook her head. "You go your way, and I will go mine." Chu Hen did not understand. At the same time, he felt a little uneasy. He stared at Luo Mengchang's evasive eyes. What the hell happened? Chu Hen frowned slightly. His eyes were like torches. Chapter 542. A yellowish leaf left the branch of the big tree under the gentle breeze. It landed lightly on the surface of the stream like a butterfly dancing, creating a circle of subtle ripples. "I'm getting married." Luo Mengchang no longer avoided Chu Hen's gaze. Her red lips parted slightly, and her tone sounded a little indifferent, giving off a feeling of freedom. Chu Hen was obviously stunned for a moment. He stared blankly at the other party's big, limpid eyes. Then Chu Hen smiled and said, "With me? Sure, I agree to your proposal." Luo Mengchang also smiled, but her smile was a little dry. She shook her head gently. "I'm sorry." Gentle ripples rippled in Luo Mengchang's eyes, like a faint blossoming of 100 flowers of sadness. Chu Hen's heart trembled slightly, but he still forced a smile and said, "Haha, looks like it's not me. May I ask who is so lucky to receive Miss Luo Mengchang's pity?" Luo Mengchang also shook her head, and then gently said a few words, Song Yujie. Regarding this name, Chu Hen did not know how many times he had heard it in the past few months. He never thought that a person he had never met would become a stumbling block for him. Chu Hen was silent and did not ask any more questions. Previously at the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Chu Hen already knew about the changes and experiences of the Luo family when they moved from Taishao City to Moon End City. Chu Hen could basically guess the purpose of Luo Qiong's visit, and he could also guess the content of the conversation between the two just now. "Can we not leave?" The two of them stared at each other in silence, with each other in their eyes. At this moment, Luo Mengchang leaned forward slightly. Chu Hen only felt a wisp of fresh fragrance, and then his mouth was covered by soft lips. Chu Hen's heart trembled. His arms wrapped around Luo Mengchang's slender waist, and he gently sucked on her cherry-like lips. It was warm and fragrant. Luo Mengchang leaned into Chu Hen's arms and took the initiative to cater to Chu Hen. Their smooth and nimble tongues intertwined with each other, sometimes gentle, sometimes affectionate. Soon, Luo Mengchang let go of Chu Hen's shoulder. Their eyes met, and they could feel each other's breathing. "May you be safe and have a peaceful life. If we don't meet again, let us forget each other in Jianghu." Luo Mengchang finished her words softly and with great difficulty. Then, without waiting for Chu Hen to ask her to stay, she got up and left in a hurry. It was just a moment ago, and now it was a snowstorm. Chu Hen stood rooted to the ground, staring blankly at the beautiful figure going further and further away. Luo Mengchang did not look back and soon disappeared from Chu Hen's sight. That fairy-like figure seemed to have left a mark in Chu Hen's heart. Once touched, it would be beautiful yet sad. "Father, let's go." Hurrying back to Luo Qiong, Luo Mengchang tried to look very calm, but anyone could see that she was like a little girl who had lost something important. This was an unconcealable disappointment. Luo Qiong just sighed. There were two scenes in this world that people could not bear to see. One was the old master of the Luo family, Luo Qiong's father, Luo Yibai, who was unwilling before his death. "I must take back Taishao City. I must take back Taishao," soared. The other was Luo Mengchang, forcing a smile and pretending to be indifferent. Luo Qiong could only comfort herself. Song Yujie could be called the #1 genius in the prefecture region, so it was not a grievance for Shang to marry him. On the other side, Song Yujie and the others all laughed mockingly. "Hey, I really want to see what expression that guy has now. What else can he have? He looks like a dead fish. Let's go back to Moon End City." The group gradually walked away, and the young figure did not chase after them. Luo Mingchang's heart was filled with a trace of relief and sadness. If Chu Hen had really chased after them, she did not know if she could still harden her heart. Fortunately, Chu Hen did not appear. The gurgling water was still brisk, but the air seemed to be a bit cool. Chu Hen quietly stood where he was, not moving at all, as if he was a wooden man. "Come out. Stop hiding," Chu Hen said coldly. Bang. "Ah, Lu Qi, why did you push me?" "I didn't push you, it was Sister Jishu." "Hua Shue, I didn't push you. I was playing chess." "It has nothing to do with me. It was Qi Teng who stepped on my foot." "Damn, beauties, don't blame it on me. I am so far away from you." Along with a burst of noise, a few familiar figures swayed out of the forest. They were none other than Fu Qin, Nong Qi, Jishu, Hua Shue, Lu Qi from the Misty Wind dynasty, and Qi Teng from the Giant Rock dynasty, who had disappeared for a few months. The 6 of them followed Chu Hen to the Thousand Crane sect. But because of Chu Hen's departure, they also left one after another. Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua's purpose was to bring Chu Hen back to Mount Kunliu to take over as the sect master. Lu Qi and Qi Ting accompanied them to search for Chu Hen because he had saved their lives. For them, it was not difficult to find Chu Hen. After all, Nongqi's powerful perception was something that even the sect master of Mount Kunliu, Gong Yanyu, could not do anything to her. Are you really not going to chase after him? If you don't, he will really leave." Hua Shue carefully walked to Chu Hen's side, her big eyes moving slightly, afraid that Chu Hen would get angry. "What does it have to do with you?" Chu Hen's cold gaze frightened Hua Shue. She shrunk her neck, stuck out her tongue, and hurriedly retreated. Nongqi and Jishu also shook their heads at Hua Shue, indicating that she should not speak carelessly. Then, Chu Hen did not say another word, turned around, and left alone. Seeing that he was about to leave, Hua Shue shouted again, "Hey, where are you going?" "We've been looking for you for a few months." "Stop shouting." Fu Qin stepped forward to stop her. As the leader of the small group, Fu Qin not only had the highest cultivation, but even her thoughts were calmer than the other 3. She looked in the direction that Chu Hen left, shook her head, and said, "Let him calm down alone." In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The departure of the major sects caused the area to become much quieter. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion's mountain gate was still shrouded in a layer of mist, and a huge semicircle of blue light enveloped the Sword Pavilion's inner area, making it difficult to detect. Halfway up one of the peaks, a few young men and women seemed to be slightly bored. "It's so boring. You guys stay here. Lu Qi, let's go play." Hua Shue threw away 2 pebbles casually, and then winked at Lu Qi not far away. Lu Qi glanced at the top of the mountain and then shook his head. It seemed that he was not too interested. Ji Shu, not far away, said, Huashue, if you have nothing to do, you can strengthen the street tree. You've just become a spiritual tattooist not long ago, and Reiki energy is too superficial. You should spend more time on cultivation. Okay. Huashue pouted her little mouth, showing a reluctant look. Someone is coming. At this moment, Nomchi suddenly stood up, looking at a certain direction in the sky. Oh, who is it? Everyone's faces were solemn. Don't be nervous. It's Miss Shilan. Shilan? They were stunned. How did she know that they were here? Soon, a young and beautiful figure appeared in front of them. With beautiful long purple hair, it was Shilan, the beauty of dusk. Miss Shilan, you're here? Shilan landed in a flash and smiled at them. Shilan had heard about the abilities of Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua from Chu Hen. Qin had the strongest cultivation strength and was responsible for protecting everyone. Nomchi had the strongest perception and was good at tracking. Ji Shu was a spiritual tattooist with profound knowledge and knew all kinds of arrays and rune patterns. Huashue was a spiritual tattooist in the field of elixir making, and she was responsible for everyone's safety and medical care. Although she didn't know where they had been these months, Shilan was happy to see everyone again. Miss Shilan, how come you're here? Qi Ting asked. I sensed Chu Hen's aura, so I came to have a look. Shilan nodded with a trace of solemnity in her beautiful eyes. The people of Shura sect are hunting people of our 1,000 Crane sect, and the first elder ordered us to scatter and retreat. I was afraid that they would do something bad to Chu Hen, so I left a few days later. I see. Sister Shilan is so good to Chu Hen. You should be together, although Luo Mengchang is also very beautiful, Huashue said casually. Huashue, don't talk nonsense. Fu Qin stopped her in a low voice. I'm not talking nonsense. Anyway, she left and is going to marry someone else. What are you talking about? Who left? Shilan was a little confused. They looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Under Shilan's questioning, they told Shilan what they had seen. However, they didn't know why Luo Mengchang left and why she went back. Shilan frowned slightly and was slightly confused. Luo Mengchang was obedient and cute. She didn't look like a heartless person. There were most likely other reasons. I'll go see him. Immediately, Shilan went to the top of the mountain alone. At the top of the mountain, Chu Hen sat on a big rock with his hands on his knees. He crossed his fingers against his lips and looked at the magnificent world in front of him with a pair of deep eyes. The wind at the top of the mountain was very strong. His long hair and clothes swayed in the wind. His increasingly mature face was as firm as a rock, with distinct edges and corners. The competition that day was very exciting. The soft voice was as intimate as drizzle. Shilan sat next to Chu Hen. Her every movement seemed particularly gentle. I am very pleased to have a disciple like you. Chu Hen didn't speak as if he didn't hear it. Do you mind if I sit with you for a while? Shilan smiled. I can see that you like her very much. I can also see that she is also very attached to you. I feel sorry for you. Chu Hen finally reacted and said in a low voice, Teacher, you don't have to enlighten me. I know what to do. Shilan raised her eyebrows slightly and a little surprise flashed on her face. Chu Hen took a deep breath. His bright eyes were like the stars in the sky. An invisible domineering aura arose spontaneously. He stood up like a king looking down on the mountains and rivers. Chapter 543. Light and mountain breeze, blowing head-on like gauze brushing the face. Standing on the rock on the peak, Chu Hen emitted an invisible domineering aura. Don't be sneaky anymore, come out. Chu Hen slightly turned his body and said, Ouch! Lu Qi, you stepped on my foot again. Don't frame us. Huashue, it was Qi Tung who stepped on it. Damn you! Are you done? It was you two who peeped. Who's peeking? We're looking at it openly. Yeah. They walked toward Chu Hen and Shilon noisily. Huashue gave a thumbs up secretly and said, "Sister Shilon is awesome. He didn't talk to us like a block of wood for 3 days before you came." Shilon shook her head with a smile and stood up, looking back at Chu Hen with her beautiful eyes. "I thought you would find me before the sword code competition," Chu Hen said casually. They looked at each other, and Huashue rolled her eyes discontentedly. It could have been possible, but senior sister Jishu and I had something to deal with, so we were delayed. "It's because you became a spiritual tattooist." "Yeah, how do you know?" "Wait, your Reiki energy intensity seems to be—" "Wow, you also became a spiritual tattooist?" Huashue was startled. She widened her eyes and looked astonished. Fu Qin, Nongqi, and the others were also surprised. They remembered that Chu Hen was only a 7th-level advanced spiritual tattooist before they separated from each other in the Thousand Crane sect. In just a few months, he had reached the realm of spiritual tattooist, which was amazing. However, they didn't know that Chu Hen had become a 9th-level advanced spiritual tattooist when he devoured the Beast King essence of the white-scaled Serpent Emperor and the sweet soul fluid in the sealed steel in the jungle of Mount Mang. After that, he spent more than 20 days in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion setting up the Twin Chaos Spirit Formation, completing a breakthrough in both directions, while making the cultivation of martial arts step into the 4th rank of Void-Breaking Realm. The level of Reiki energy also entered the realm of spiritual tattooist. "Did you eat some miraculous elixir? Even young Master Shui lost to you. Speaking of which, the few of us had to kneel to watch the last battle." Qi Ting shook his head with a complicated smile. Chu Hen raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you guys arrived at that time?" Lu Qi nodded, glanced at Fu Qin, and said, "We arrived on the day of the Sword Scripture Grand Meeting, but the situation was too chaotic, so Big Sister Fu Qin asked us to watch the battle in secret and come look for you after the Grand Meeting ended. But we never expected that such an unexpected event would occur in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion." At the mention of this matter, Chu Hen's eyes could not help but turn slightly cold. Qingning's eyes flashed with a cold light. "When do you plan to return to the Kunliu school with us?" Fu Qin asked, his tone still as flat as before. "Not now." Chu Hen refused flatly. They stopped talking. After all, if Chu Hen did not leave, the 4 of them could not forcibly kidnap him, not to mention that Shilon was on Chu Hen's side. "I want to ask you for a favor," Chu Hen suddenly said, his eyes falling on Lu Qi and Qi Ting. "Oh, ask us for a favor?" The 2 were obviously stunned. Then Qi Ting raised his head and said, "Say it." "As long as I, Qi Ting, can do it, I will do it without hesitation." "Me too," Lu Qi echoed. Both Lu Qi and Qi Ting were indebted to Chu Hen. The former was saved by Chu Hen in the land of Demon, sealing on the Myriad Beasts Ridge. Qi Ting was also saved by Chu Hen when he was in the life-death ring with someone in the Thousand Crane sect. Thinking back to the 6 Nations struggle and Heaven List battle in the Saint Star dynasty, they were opponents. Now they had become friends. Chu Hen first said to Lu Qi, "I want to borrow 20,000 elite troops from the Windy Mist dynasty." Borrow troops? Everyone was stunned. Before Lu Qi could ask, Chu Hen said to Qi Ting, "I want to borrow 5 million high-grade origin crystal stones from you." 5 million high-grade origin crystal stones. According to the exchange rate of 100, it was 500 million mid-grade origin crystal stones. If it was in the past, this was definitely an astronomical figure that Chu Hen did not even dare to dream of. After all, when he was in Flaming Rain City, Chu Hen could only obtain 2 to 3 mid-grade origin crystal stones a month. One could easily imagine the difference. Gasp! Qi Ting took a deep breath. He hesitated for a moment before he nodded. "Leave it to me." Naturally, Qi Ting could not afford 5 million high-grade origin crystal stones. However, he was backed by the Great Rock Dynasty's imperial family. To the imperial family, 500 million mid-grade origin crystal stones was not an exaggeration. Naturally, the prerequisite was if the other party was willing to fork out the money. What do you want the troops for? Lu Qi asked curiously. You'll find out. Can you get them? It should not be a big problem. But I need to get Her Majesty Misty Wind's commander's seal first. Misty Wind Empress was the only female ruler of the 6 dynasties, and Lu Qi was her personal disciple. It wouldn't be hard for her to mobilize 20,000 soldiers. Instructor, I need you to go to the 1,000 Crane sect. Chu Hen looked at Xilan and said, Go ahead. Xilan opened her red lips and said, Help me invite Absolute Array Yanhanlu. Yanhanlu? Xilan looked surprised. You need a spiritual tattoo master? Chu Hen nodded. That's right. Then should we help? Hua Shui asked immediately. Chu Hen glanced at Fu Qin, who was expressionless, and then answered, Yes, if you want. By the way, what do you want to do? Fu Qin said in a low voice. Chu Hen's eyelids twitched. He raised his hand and flicked his sleeve, pointing at the vast horizon in front of him. His imposing manner was like a rainbow. Take down Taishao City. What? The expressions of the few of them changed drastically. Crazy, this was definitely crazy. No matter how weak Taishao City was, it was still a second-rate force. The Mu clan had many experts, and apart from a few first-rate clans and sects, no one dared to provoke the Mu clan. With a mere army of 20,000, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. The only outcome would be a crushing defeat. Chu Hen, do you really want to do this? Even if we send all the troops of the Misty Wind Dynasty, we won't be able to take down Taishao City. It's impossible. Lu Qi tried to persuade him. However, Chu Hen's eyes contained a strong domineering aura and unswerving confidence. I'll return all the 20,000 troops I borrowed from you. If even one is missing, you can do whatever you want to me, Chu Hen. That's not what I mean, Lu Qi argued. If you trust me, then mobilize the troops immediately. Chu Hen didn't explain anything else. His eyes became deep, and his lips moved slightly. He murmured softly, I don't have much time left. Lu Qi wanted to say something, but hesitated. In the end, he didn't say anything. Xilan stared at the young man in front of her. She seemed to be in a daze. At this moment, she finally understood what gift Chu Hen was going to give her. However, in everyone's eyes, this was a battle they would definitely lose. They didn't even have to try, unless Qi Zhang, the sect master of the 1,000 Crane sect, personally intervened. However, the 1,000 Crane sect had no grudges with Taishao City in the past, and they had to consider the powerful factor of the Shura sect. Therefore, it was hard to ask Qi Zhang for help. Chapter 544. Ling City. This was a bustling, medium-sized city. It was located more than 200 kilometers southwest of Taishao City. It could be considered the largest neighboring city around Taishao City in an antique tea house. For women and a man sat around a square table. There were a few plates of pastries and a pot of steaming hot tea on the table. Oh, it's delicious. The tea is delicious too. You guys should eat some too. Hua Shui clutched her oily little hands and stuffed the pastries into her mouth as she mumbled indistinctly. Jishu and Nongqi shook their heads helplessly. They jokingly wondered if this girl was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost. Her appetite was always so good no matter what. Do you really want to do this? Fu Qin turned her gaze to the young figure sitting on the inner side. At this moment, Chu Hen was carefully reading a map on the table. The coordinates on the map were very detailed. It was a detailed map of Taishao City. This was bought by Chu Hen at a shop half an hour ago. Yes, Chu Hen replied softly. He did not even raise his head. Fu Qin could not help but find it funny. She replied coldly, Don't you think this is a waste of time? If you want to take down Taishao City, there's only one way, and that's to return to Kunliu's sect with us. After you take over as sect leader, you can do whatever you want. I don't have that much time. Chu Hen's voice was still indifferent. What a joke! Fu Qin sneered disdainfully. She admitted that Chu Hen was very strong. Especially among his peers, he was even more outstanding. He had extremely high talent and cultivation base. However, the overall strength of the Mu clan of Taishao City was in the upper reaches of the second-rate clan. A power like this would at least have an Earth Profound Stage expert holding down the fort. This person alone was enough to wipe out the 20,000 troops that Chu Hen had borrowed. This was no different from throwing an egg against a stone. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was completely suicidal. Previously, Fu Qin only thought that Chu Hen was agitated and impulsive, which was why he said such a ridiculous thing. To his surprise, Chu Hen really asked Shilan to go to the Thousand Crane faction to ask in Hanlu for help. Asked Qi Teng to borrow 500 million mid-grade essence crystals from the Giant Rock Dynasty, and asked Lu Qi to borrow 20,000 soldiers from the Misty Wind Dynasty. Fu Qin and the others found it increasingly difficult to understand Chu Hen's actions. If I had known this would happen, I would have continued to pursue sect Master Gong Yang. Fu Qin said somewhat angrily. Ji Shu shook his head helplessly. Gong Yanyu had given the sect leader's command token and the blue rand sword to Chu Hen, which was tantamount to tying them together with him. In the absence of Gong Yanyu, they could only follow Chu Hen. I don't want to explain too much to you. Chu Hen finally raised his head. He looked at them and said, This matter has nothing to do with you. You can stay in this city and wait for me. If you believe me, please don't try to persuade me in the coming days. Make your choice, Chu Hen said after a pause. Fu Qin pursed her red lips and sighed softly. Do we have a choice? Ji Shu couldn't help but lower his head as he played chess. Hua Shui also stopped eating and drinking. It had been many years since they left the Kunliu sect, and they had run into obstacles everywhere. After going through untold hardships, they had finally found Gong Yanyu, but now their target had shifted to Chu Hen. They had thought that Chu Hen would be easier to deal with than Gong Yanyu. Who would have thought that Chu Hen's actions would make them even more helpless? Now that it was quiet, the chatter at the other tables was especially loud. I didn't expect the province's grand ceremony to be so chaotic this year. What a pity for the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion has nothing to do with us. Speaking of which, before the competition, I was quite optimistic about the geniuses of our Taishao city. I didn't expect them to lose so badly. That's right. I heard that one of Mu Yifeng's arms was blown up by that Chu Hen. Damn ruthless. I heard that old Master Mu is furious and is already secretly searching for Chu Hen's whereabouts to take revenge. Are you serious? Isn't that a little inappropriate? In the arena battles, life and death are up to fate. Who cares if it's appropriate or not? Now that the major forces in the province are in such a mess, who has the time to care about this? That's true. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion has fallen, and without this hegemonic sect to keep them in check, the surrounding major forces will definitely become restless. It looks like this year is going to be an eventful one. The surrounding busybodies were all chatting excitedly, their wine cups clinking like a symphony of musical instruments. Chu Hen seemed not to hear them, still deep in thought as he looked at the map in front of him. Several days later, at night, 10 Li Peak outside Ling City. The sky was dotted with stars, and the crescent moon was like a hook, sharp and domineering like a youth. Chu Hen stood at the edge of the cliff with his eyes closed, and a cold aura emanated from his body. The 4 girls, Qin, Qi, Shu, and Hua, stood quietly behind him, each in deep thought. They're here, Nongqi said in a low voice. Swoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, a few dazzling meteor-like beams of light shot across the sky, and a strong airflow surged. In the next instant, 7 or 8 young men and women landed steadily in front of Chu Hen and the others. It was none other than the members of the 1,000-Crane sect, led by Shilan. Compared to Chi Tung and Lu Chi, they were naturally the fastest. Chu Hen, mentor, you're here. Chu Hen smiled and looked at the people around Shilan. Besides Yan Hanlu, even Honglian was here. Chu Hen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Shilan would actually invite so many spiritual tattooists, and all of them had already reached the realm of spiritual tattooist. Hee, junior brother Chu Hen, why did you summon us in such a hurry? Yan Hanlu walked up with a smile and said, Junior sister Shilan has brought all the spiritual tattooists of our 1,000-Crane sect for you. Chu Hen's heart warmed. He glanced at Shilan gratefully and cupped his hands at the others. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I, Chu Hen, will remember your kindness by coming to help me. Senior Chu Hen's words are too serious, a young man with a simple and honest appearance said. Speaking of which, if Senior had not blocked that Azura Sect's little bratling Li during the disciple examination, I'm afraid that I would have already lost my life under that thief's blade. As soon as I heard that Senior's sister Shilan wanted to help you, I agreed without even thinking about it. Chu Hen suddenly realized why this person looked familiar. He was the disciple from the hall that he had saved in passing. Chu Hen, let's cut the formalities. Honglian walked up and asked softly, Why did you summon us here? I heard from your teacher that it's because of Meng Chong. After Chu Hen killed Lang Li, the relationship between Honglian and Shilan had eased up a lot. The hatred between them had long since disappeared. Chu Hen nodded slightly and raised his eyelids. Everyone, I'll be straightforward. I want to take down Taishao City as soon as possible. What? Hearing this, the only word that popped up in everyone's mind was crazy. Did you say something wrong? Or did I hear you wrong? Everyone looked at Chu Hen in astonishment, while Shilan, who was standing to the side, did not have much of an expression on her face. Ha ha, junior brother Chu Hen, your words are really shocking, Yan Hanlu said with a smile. Chu Hen was calm and composed as he calmly replied, You don't need to participate in the battle. You only need to help me set up the rune technique. Chu Hen's words caused everyone to be stunned once again. They didn't need to participate in the battle? Then who would go? At this moment, everyone looked at Chu Hen with strange gazes. They thought to themselves, what on earth was going on in this guy's head? If it weren't for the fact that Chu Hen had defeated the blood young Master Shui, he in one fell swoop during the Sword Law Grand meet 10 days ago, everyone would have turned around and left without a second thought. It was simply a fool's dream for them to want to take down Taishao City with just the few of them. After a strange silence, Yan Hanlu was the first to ask, What do you need us to do? Chu Hen raised his eyelids, and he saw the determination in Yan Hanliu's eyes. Then Red Lotus also slightly raised her eyebrows. Brat, I've said that if you dare to hurt Meng Chong, I won't spare you. Say it. How do you want us to help you? Then the eyes of the other spiritual tattooists also became firm. Somehow, they seemed to see an invisible deterrent and domineering aura from Chu Hen, which made them willing to try to believe in him. The next day, Chi Ting came back. He also brought back 50 storage rings with him. Each ring contained 100,000 upper-grade primordial crystal stones, which was the reserve power of the Boulder Dynasty's treasury. A few days later, Lu Chi also came to meet the others. She looked travel-worn due to the hurried journey back and forth. When she handed the commander's seal to Chu Hen, a comfortable smile appeared on her face. I've lived up to your expectations. Now, 20,000 elite soldiers are stationed in the Black River Valley, 300 kilometers south of Taishao City, waiting for deployment. Thank you. Chu Hen nodded gratefully. 20,000 soldiers? Yan Hanlu and the others were both puzzled and surprised. Did Chu Hen intend to conquer Taishao City with these 20,000 soldiers? It was really hard to imagine. In the eyes of ordinary people, the army of a dynasty was indeed very powerful. But for a force like Taishao City, it was no threat at all. Despite their doubts, they still wanted to wait for Chu Hen to tell them his idea in person. The Black River Valley is steep and it avoids the main road. It's a good place to hide, Chu Hen murmured. It doesn't matter. Many countries often train their troops in the wilderness. The Black River Valley is a deserted place, so people won't be suspicious, Lu Qi explained. Chu Hen nodded. Indeed, even if someone found the 20,000 soldiers of the Misty Wind dynasty, they wouldn't associate them with Taishao City. Even if there were 200,000 soldiers, they wouldn't think they were here to deal with the Mu family of Taishao City. Chapter 545. Coo! The white mist of the morning reverberated with the cries of unknown birds. Before the sky was completely bright, the depths of the Black River Valley had already become lively. Lord Lu Qi, you're here? I'll immediately inform General Changqi. At the entrance of a newly built camp, a few armored soldiers holding sharp weapons respectfully saluted Lu Qi and led the group towards the camp. The camp was surrounded by fences made of sharp tree stumps, and sentries stood on 2 watchtowers that were dozens of meters high. Neatly dressed soldiers patrolled the surroundings, and the entire camp was filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. This army is one of the most elite lions of our Misty Wind dynasty, called the Dragon Teeth Army. They have strict military discipline and are very disciplined, Lu Qi explained to Chu Hen and the group. Chu Hen nodded, indicating that he was listening. Soon, the curtain of the centermost tent was lifted, and a middle-aged general with a stocky build and a full beard strode out. Beside him were 2 deputy generals. They were also valiant and extraordinary, and had a rather elegant demeanor. General Changqi greets Lord Lu Qi. Changqi cupped his fists, knelt on one knee, and respectfully saluted. The 2 deputy generals beside him also did the same. General Chang, please rise, Lu Qi said. Thank you, Lord. The 3 stood up. Lu Qi raised his right hand, pointed at Chu Hen beside him, and said, General Chang, according to His Majesty's order, this young master Chu Hen holds the Dragon Teeth Army emblem. All of his orders are equivalent to His Majesty's orders. Oh. Changqi frowned slightly and looked at Chu Hen with slight confusion. For a general like him who had fought countless battles, it was inevitable that he would be arrogant. If it wasn't for Lu Qi's special identity, he wouldn't have received the treatment of kneeling on one knee. Moreover, Chu Hen was young, and Changqi had never seen him before. If he had to completely listen to Chu Hen's orders, he would more or less be dissatisfied. Even though he was dissatisfied, Chang still cupped his fists and went through the motions. General Chang greets young master Chu Hen. If young master has any instructions, please don't hesitate to speak. Anyone could hear the slight ridicule in Chang's tone. Chu Hen didn't get angry, only faintly smiling. I wouldn't dare to give you instructions, but I do need General Chang's help. Seeing that Chu Hen had admitted defeat, Chang became even more arrogant. Ignoring Lu Qi's presence, he turned his body sideways and raised his head, ignoring Chu Hen. When Hua Shui saw this, she couldn't help but say, You're so untactful. Our family's Chu Hen was just being polite to you, but you're acting all high and mighty. The corners of Chang's eyes narrowed, and he shouted coldly, Little girl, you really don't know what to say. This general has roamed the battlefield for dozens of years, killed countless enemies, and destroyed thousands of cities. How could it be your turn to lecture me? You're awesome, you're amazing, okay? Why don't you rise with the wind and soar up 90,000 li? Hua Shui, don't be rude, Fu Qin shouted. Changke frowned and asked in confusion, What do you mean? Hua Shui pouted, shook her head, and laughed mischievously. If you're so awesome, why don't you ascend to the heavens? You. Changke was so angry that his face turned red, and smoke came out of his orifices. The others almost suffered internal injuries from holding back, and Yan Hanlu couldn't help but laugh. Haha, little girl, you're really too cute. It's okay, just a little cute. Fu Qin and the others couldn't do anything about Hua Shui. Ever since this girl got together with Chu Hen, she became more and more out of control. However, Chu Hen didn't seem to care about this, and his emotions didn't change much. General Chang, this little girl is insensible and I apologize. I hope the general is magnanimous and won't take it to heart, Chu Hen said calmly. Chang Ke's face was gloomy, but he couldn't do anything about it. He was a man, and it was indeed beneath his dignity to argue with a little girl. He could only vent his anger on Chu Hen and said unhappily, If you have something to say, just say it. After this is over, we still have to return to the dynasty. Chu Hen nodded and said, I wonder how many archers the Dragon Fang army has. Humph. Chang Ke patted his chest and replied proudly, My subordinates are all archers. TSK, you're bragging. Hua Shui suddenly said. You, Hua Shui, you've misunderstood, Lu Qi hurriedly advised. Lu Qi immediately stopped him. General Chang's soldiers are all well-rounded. They are proficient in fighting on the ground, on horseback, and in archery. Seeing Lu Qi praise him, Chang Ke's anger turned to joy, and a proud smile appeared on his face. Really? Hua Shui said doubtfully. Humph. I won't argue with a little girl like you. Words are no proof. If you doubt me, I'll show you their archery skills. Hua Shui felt a little guilty, but Chu Hen raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his hand, and said, That's good. A moment later, under Chang Ke's lead, the group arrived at the training field at the back of the camp. Deputy General Liu fined 10 people. Chang Ke's expression was that of true gold, not afraid of fire. Yes. Very quickly, Deputy General Liu found 10 soldiers. On the training field, 10 targets were laid out in a row. 10 soldiers with longbows in their hands and arrows on their backs stood 100 steps away. Brothers, these friends want to see your archery skills. Perform well, Deputy General Liu shouted loudly. Understood. The 10 answered in unison. Chu Hen, Xilan, Yan Hanlu, Lu Qi, and the others stood below the field, watching quietly. Arrows were drawn, and the bowstring was drawn, producing a deep caw sound. The 10 soldiers were as steady as mountains, and their postures were straight. Their sharp eyes were fixed on the targets in front of them. Their bows were like full moons, and their auras were awe-inspiring. Swoosh! In an instant, the air trembled slightly, and 10 arrows shot out at the same time. With a slight trembling sound, they all landed on the bullseye in the center of the target. Good. The soldiers below the field cheered, and the faces of the 10 people were filled with pride. However, Chu Hen's expression was calm without a ripple, as if he wasn't too surprised. Chang Ke saw this, and the corners of his eyes narrowed. He then gave Deputy General Liu a look, and the latter nodded, raised his arm and shouted, Retreat another 100 steps! Yes! The 10 soldiers retreated another 100 steps, which meant that they were 200 steps away from the target. This kind of distance was difficult for most soldiers, but they still had a card up their sleeve, and under Deputy General Liu's instructions, they drew their bows. Xiao! Accompanied by the rapid sound of the arrows breaking through the air, the 10 arrows left behind a series of afterimages, and once again landed firmly on the bullseye. How good! Chang Ke stroked the beard on his chin. But when he looked at Chu Hen again, he couldn't help but frown. He saw that Chu Hen was still expressionless and unmoved. This guy? Chapter 546. Retreat another 100 steps. Seeing that Chu Hen's face was still expressionless, Chang Ke clenched his teeth and yelled loudly. As soon as these words came out, the entire training field couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Even the 10 soldiers revealed a somewhat dignified expression as they faintly furrowed their brows. It was said that one could shoot a willow leaf from 100 steps away. This could already be considered an outstanding archer. A distance of 300 steps was a great test for an archer's strength and eyesight. A normal person's eyesight wouldn't even be able to clearly see the bullseye on the target, let alone hit it. The 10 soldiers withstood the pressure and retreated 300 steps away. Draw the bows! Under Deputy General Liu's command, everyone knocked the bowstring, and their sharp eyes were like a hawk's as they stared at the target in front of them. The entire training field fell into silence. All of the soldiers were so nervous that they didn't say a word. Even Chang couldn't help but frown, his heart hanging in his throat. Crack! The taut bowstring constantly stretched outwards, and the air rang with a slight tremble. The 10 soldiers began to release true inner force from their bodies. Threads of light emerged, covering their arms with an abnormally solemn expression. Release the arrows! A cold and stern voice rang out, and with a whoosh sound, 10 sharp arrows shot out from the bowstring, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air as they struck the target. Chi, chi, chi. 10 muffled sounds rang out in succession, and the 10 arrows firmly hit the target. More than half of them hit the bullseye, and the worst still hit within the 5th ring. This kind of result was absolutely worthy of being called proud. Good. Amazing. The audience cheered again, and all kinds of cheers continuously rang out. Chang also let out a sigh of relief. At least he didn't lose face, and his performance could be considered stable. Not bad. Hua Shui, who had previously been bickering with Chang Ku, also clapped her small hands in appreciation. However, Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms in front of him, a pensive expression on his face. What, is young Master Chu Hen still not satisfied? Chang Ku was finally a little angry. This guy was clearly here to cause trouble. If you still think that we're not good enough, then you'd better find someone else. Everyone looked at Chu Hen. To be honest, no one knew what Chu Hen was doing. The strength and standard of the Dragon Teeth Army were indeed astonishing, but in the eyes of the experts of Taishao City, they were simply vulnerable. At this moment, Chu Hen took a step forward and waved his hand. A strong gust of wind stirred up in the training field. The sand and stones on the ground flew, and dust flew everywhere. Then the arrow on the target actually missed the target and fell to the ground due to the wind. What do you mean? Chang Ke shouted in a low voice. Chu Hen raised his eyelids and replied faintly, "An arrow that can even be blown askew by the wind. It can be seen how poor its penetrative power is. I would like to ask General Chang Di, can such an arrow still hurt people?" "You." Chang Ke's eyes turned cold, and he shouted sternly, "I would like to ask which ordinary person can resist the damage of such an arrow." Chu Hen stared at him solemnly. "Our opponents are not ordinary people." Similarly, if General Chang Ke's target has always been ordinary people, I am afraid that the Dragon Teeth Army will always be at this level. A dignified general was taught a lesson by Chu Hen, which made Chang Ke very angry. Then, Chu Hen suddenly walked to the side of one of the archers and said, "Can you give me an arrow?" The archer was stunned at first. Because of Chu Hen's rudeness to Chang Ku, he wanted to refuse Chu Hen's request. But as soon as he saw Chu Hen's eyes, he couldn't help but take an arrow and hand it to him. Everyone looked at Chu Hen curiously. What on earth was he going to do? Buzz! The second after Chu Hen took the arrow, a strong flow of Reiki energy was released from his mud-pill palace. The bright light pattern climbed to his fingertips, and then instantly turned into a dozen strange talismans. The colorful talismans, like beautiful spiritual butterflies, hovered around Chu Hen's palm, and then quickly arranged into a string of talismans. Under Chu Hen's control, the talismans were guided into the arrow. Yan Hanlu, Honglian, Jishu Huashue, and the others were all spiritual tattooists, so they naturally knew that Chu Hen was arranging a tool pattern. but as to what kind of tool pattern it was, no one could tell. "Is this the supreme tool pattern?" Yan Hanlu murmured in a low voice, and then shook his head. "There seems to be something wrong with some of the talismans." Ji Shu slightly frowned and pursed her red lips, seeming to be a little uncertain. In less than 2 seconds, Chu Hen withdrew the Reiki energy. The arrow in his hand didn't seem to have changed much, except for a string of strange talismans. Then Chu Hen handed the arrow back to the archer and said, "Try again." His indifferent tone and calm eyes exuded an irresistible aura. The archer took the arrow in his hand, and then immediately drew the bowstring familiarly, just like the previous 3 times. He pulled the bow into the shape of a full moon. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. "Release!" Swish! Along with Chu Hen's voice, a beam of bright light suddenly burst out, and a powerful airwave swept across half of the training ground, stirring up a spiral airflow that rolled up the fallen leaves, sand, and stones on the ground. The arrow blossomed with a dazzling light, and when it hit the bullseye in the center of the target, it actually pierced through it as if it was a thin piece of paper. Then, with a muffled bang, the arrow directly pierced into the rock wall of a large mountain behind the training ground, leaving only a small round hole. What? This sudden scene caused the expressions of everyone present to change greatly. The archer who shot the arrow was dumbfounded, as if he was questioning his own life. Deputy General Liu hurriedly ran to the front of the rock wall and opened the corner of his eye to look into the round hole. After looking for a while, he blankly shook his head and said, "General, I can't see clearly. I estimate that the depth is at least 5 meters or more." Hiss! As soon as these words came out, the entire military camp sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's gaze toward Chu Hen had changed quite a bit. "I know. That's the wind spike talisman pattern," Jishu, who was deep in thought, suddenly blurted out. "What's the wind spike talisman pattern?" Senior sister Jishu, Hua Shui asked curiously. "It's a special tool pattern specially designed for bows and arrows. When the arrow is moving, it can instantly increase its penetrating power by more than 1,000 times. Increase penetrating power by more than 1,000 times? Uproar. The entire audience was stunned once again. In this way, even the arrows shot by these ordinary archers were enough to threaten experts of the void-piercing stage. "I only know of an extreme kill tool pattern that increases the penetrating power of a bow and arrow. Is it any different from this wind spike tool pattern?" Yan Hanlu casually asked. Ji Shu slightly raised her delicate head and gently said, "It can be said that the wind spike is an upgraded version of the extreme kill. The extreme kill can at most increase the penetrating power by 500 times, while the wind spike can at least increase it by 800 times. However, the arrangement of the wind spike talisman pattern has been lost for a long time." When she said the last sentence, Ji Shu clearly lowered her voice. She looked at Chu Hen's calm face with confusion. How could he know such a profound technique of rune arrangement? Chu Hen didn't pay attention to the strange gazes of the crowd. He looked back at Changmeng and said, "General Chang, how many arrows did you bring this time?" "Ah." Changmeng was stunned at first, but then he came back to his senses, and his attitude changed rapidly. "Reporting to young Master Chu Hen, we brought a total of 50,000 arrows." 50,000! Chu Hen muttered to himself, "I'm afraid 50,000 is a little too little. How many do you need, young master?" "I need at least 100,000 arrows. Give me some time, and I can still drop 50,000 arrows," Changmeng said in a low voice. "I'll have to trouble you." An hour later, in a spacious and bright tent, Chu Hen faced Yan Hanlu, Han Lian, Jishu, Shilan, and the others. "First, I want to inscribe the wind spike tool pattern on all the arrows to increase the penetrating power and lethality of the arrows." Chu Hen's words were concise and clear. "So you want to teach us the method to set up the wind spike talisman pattern?" Yan Hanlu said with a smile. Yes, that's not bad. We can learn the long-lost talisman technique by helping out here. It's not a loss at all. Chu Hen smiled lightly and continued to explain. The wind spike talisman pattern requires a lot of energy, so we need to extract energy from origin crystal stones. Chu Hen casually took out a few high-grade origin crystal stones. The crystal source contained in 10 high-grade origin crystal stones can barely complete the wind spike talisman pattern with a penetrating power of around 1,000 times. 10 high-grade origin crystal stones were needed to complete one wind spike arrow. 100,000 arrows meant that he would need to spend 1 million high-grade origin crystal stones. This meant that 1/5 of the 5 million high-grade origin crystal stones Chu Hen borrowed from Chi Ting had been used up. Moreover, it was under the condition that there was no mistake. One had to admit that spirit tattoo masters were really prodigal. The wind spike talisman pattern requires 100 high-grade talismans and 32 spirit-grade talismans. Among the spirit-grade talismans, there are 3 that are more difficult to control. The first is the Daluo transposition rune. As soon as Chu Hen finished speaking, a gentle Reiki energy climbed up his fingertip and flowed like a golden flame before transforming into a rune that looked like a circle. Faint energy fluctuations emanated from the rune, and everyone could clearly feel that the airflow in the tent had become much more restless, including Yan Hanlu, Honglian, Nongqi Huaxue, and the other spirit tattoo masters of the Thousand Cranes sect looked at the rune with surprise. Chu Hen explained in detail the characteristics of the rune and the method to condense it. Everyone listened attentively. In next to no time, Yan Hanlu stretched out her hand, and a strand of bright silver light coiled around her fingertip. She flicked her finger lightly, and along with the lightly trembling airflow, a strange rune that seemed like colored glass appeared in front of everyone. "Wow, it's amazing!" Huaxue exclaimed. Chu Hen nodded in praise. As one of the core disciples of the Thousand Crane sect and one of the 7 absolutes of heaven's geniuses, Yan Hanliu's talent was indeed shocking. Chapter 547. The Dragon Fong Barracks. After hearing that a few experts who could increase the penetrative power of their arrows by 1,000 times had arrived, the atmosphere in the barracks became much more restless than usual. Chu Hen didn't tell General Chang what they were going to do. He only said that the enemy they were facing was very powerful, so they had to strengthen the overall quality of the army in the shortest time possible. After displaying the powerful abilities of the Wind Thorn rune, Chu Hen taught Yan Hanlu, Jishu, and the other spirit tattoo masters how to arrange the rune. The people Shilan brought with her were the most talented and accomplished spirit tattoo masters of the Thousand Crane sect. With Chu Hen's detailed explanation, everyone quickly grasped the method of arranging the Wind Thorn rune. Among them, the fastest were absolute leader Yan Hanlu and Jishu. The 2 of them only used less than 4 hours to successfully inscribe the Wind Thorn Tool rune on the arrows. On the second day, everyone began to get busy. Batch after batch of arrows were sent to the barracks. Then, everyone worked together to arrange and inscribe tool runes on the arrows. The ordinary arrows transformed into thorns with flowing golden patterns of light. Every soldier was amazed, their faces filled with excitement. The speed of the group was very fast. Especially towards the end, they became more and more skilled, almost as if they had it at their fingertips. In the first few days, they could only inscribe a few thousand arrows at most. Later on, it wouldn't be too much of a problem to inscribe the tool runes on 10,000 arrows a day. General Chang would run to Chu Hen's tent every other day. He wondered if he could keep a batch of arrows for later use. If he could learn the method of arranging the Wind Thorn Tool rune, that would be perfect. Inside the spacious and bright tent, Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, Ji Shu, and the others all had a string of resplendent runes hovering around their fingertips. The beautiful runes were like graceful spirit butterflies dancing in the air. Regardless of whether it was day or night, The entire tent was filled with splendor. 2 boxes of arrows were placed in front of each person. The right one was picked up and the left one was put down. Every time an arrow was inscribed with a Tul rune. It was as if it had been baptized by holy light. It glowed and emitted a piercingly cold aura. "Ah, I'm a little tired." Hua Shui yawned and stretched her shoulders deeply. She pouted her little mouth with a bored expression. "Humph, that damned fellow. He left us here to help him make arrows while he ran off to God knows where. I really want to beat him to death. Hee, you're always so troublesome. No one else is complaining. Come, refine this box of arrows." Lu Chi smirked as he moved the box full of arrows in front of Hua Shui. "Are you trying to tire me to death? There's no other way. I'm not a tattoo artist." "Humph." Hua Shui was so angry that she could only glare. No one had a break these days. Even Shi Lan, Qi Tang, Fu Qin, and others were helping out with other trivial matters. However, Chu Hen's figure had disappeared since yesterday, and he had not appeared until this morning. "Sister Shi Lan, where's your Chu Hen?" I have no idea." Shi Lan arranged the arrows in front of her as she replied. "He must have gone somewhere to have fun. Forget about him. I need to rest too. I'm so tired." After that, Hua Shui stood up and ran out of the tent. However, when she reached the door, she bumped into someone. Who is it? Is it fun to have eyes?" Hua Shui touched her head and scolded. Then she took a closer look. The person in front of her was none other than Chu Hen, who had been missing for a day. "You?" Hua Shui looked at Chu Hen weakly, like a kitten who was caught stealing food. "Why are you back?" "I came to look for you," Chu Hen answered. "Look for me?" Hua Shui's big eyes turned uneasily. "Why? I didn't slack off." "Wait, why should I slack off? Why should I be afraid of you?" Hua Shui suddenly became smart. It seemed that she was working for Chu Hen for free. She didn't need to be afraid of him at all. "Come with me." After saying that, Chu Hen casually dragged Hua Shui away. Beside a stream in the Black River Valley, at the end of the wide stream was a silver waterfall. The flowers and grass were in full bloom. The green grass was full of vitality. "Why are you looking for me alone?" Hua Shui looked at him weakly. Then her eyes brightened. "Are you going to give me a reward?" Chu Hen was confused. "What are you talking about? Aren't you going to give me a reward? Then why are you looking for me?" "Naturally, I have something to ask of you." "What is it? Can't you look for them?" Hua Shui had a bad feeling. "I can only look for you. No one else can do it." Receiving Chu Hen's slightly hot gaze, Hua Shui's heartbeat sped up. Her face turned red. So I'm so special. Then what is it?" Alchemy. They are not tattoo masters in the field of alchemy. I can only look for you to do alchemy." As soon as he said that, the discomfort on Hua Shui's body disappeared. At that moment, she only had the urge to strangle Chu Hen to death. "Do you know how to make dragon power pill?" asked Chu Hen. Hua Shui nodded blankly. Then she quickly shook her head. "I don't." Chu Hen raised his eyebrows. "It's a very simple kind. It's a pill that can increase one's physique strength by 10 times. I know. You don't have to explain so much to me. It's just a dragon power pill that increases one's strength after eating it. It's very simple. So you know how to?" No. Hua Shui quickly covered her mouth and asked innocently, "What did I say just now?" Chu Hen was annoyed and amused at the same time. "All right, stop playing. I'm being serious." "I'm being serious too. I'm not going to be your slave. You asked me to do this, and that every day. Do I owe you anything? As long as you help me with alchemy, I'll promise you anything in the future." "Really?" Hua Shui's eyes brightened. "Yes." Chu Hen nodded. Hua Shui curled her lips in satisfaction and asked, "What do you want the dragon power pill for? For the soldiers to eat?" Chu Hen didn't deny it. Yes, the dragon power pill can increase the strength of the fleshly body by 10 times. In addition to the wind-piercing tool pattern's 1,000 times piercing power. In this way, the lethality of an arrow shot out is 10,000 times the usual. This kind of strength is enough to break the defense of a void-piercing stage expert. It won't work. Hua Shui shook her head. The medicinal effect of the dragon power pill is too overbearing. The physique of an ordinary person can't withstand the impact of the medicinal effect at all. I'm afraid that the moment the soldiers eat the dragon power pill, their blood vessels would burst and they would die in the next second. Even though the soldiers of the Dragonfang army were all strong and robust, compared to the disciples that came from sects, they seemed rather weak. An ordinary body would find it hard to withstand the impact of the dragon power pill. However, Chu Hen shook his head with a smile. It's fine. I'll teach you to slightly alter the steps of alchemy. Oh, this is the wind bell flower. With a flick of Chu Hen's palm, a plant that was shaped like a bell appeared in his hand. If you add the windbell flower and a few other supplementary medicinal ingredients, it can greatly reduce the risk. You really know a lot, Hua Shui said in surprise. Chu Hen smiled. There's no time to lose. Try refining a pot of dragon power pill first. After he finished speaking, Chu Hen took out a few dozen sets of medicinal ingredients. Hua Shui's willow-shaped eyebrows lightly raised. So the reason he disappeared for a day was to prepare these medicinal ingredients. It looked like in the entire military camp, the only person who wouldn't slack off was Chu Hen himself. I'll first teach you how to alter those runes. Chu Hen started to explain in detail, word by word. Around half an hour later, Chu Hen looked somewhat helplessly at Hua Shui, who had her eyelids heavy and her head drooped. Forget it. You go rest first. Hua Shui stiffly raised her face. Are you done? Yes. That's good. I'll start refining the pill. You? I thought it was something profound. It turns out it's that simple. Just watch from the side. I'll be done in less than half an hour. Half an hour? Chu Hen was stunned. This girl couldn't be bragging, right? Based on his understanding, the dragon power pill would require at least 4 hours to be completed. Moreover, it would require a master-level figure. As he was thinking, he saw Hua Shui raise her small hand. A white light flashed, followed by a loud clang. A 3-legged heavy cauldron landed firmly on the grass. This is... Chu Hen's eyes brightened. He saw that this heavy cauldron was about 2 meters tall. Its entire body was dark green in color. The body of the cauldron was engraved with ancient beast patterns. The beast pattern was a green snake with 2 wings. The fine protruding scales were very delicate. This is the green child cauldron, a sacred weapon. Hua Shui said proudly as she shook her head. Chu Hen nodded secretly. This cauldron, named Green Child Cauldron, didn't seem to have anything special on the outside. However, it contained a particularly vigorous and scorching aura. Observing it from a close distance, he could faintly see the fluorescent light attached to the cauldron's body. Step back, Hua Shui said. Chu Hen did as he was told and stepped back to the side. Immediately after, a gentle but solid Reiki energy was released from Hua Shui's body. The radiance that was like a spiritual fountain wrapped around the green child cauldron. Buzz, buzz. A soft humming sound was heard. In an instant, the green child cauldron's body emitted a bright brilliance. The flying snake pattern on the cauldron's body seemed to have come alive. It turned into a flowing shadow and rotated around the cauldron. Zung. Chapter 548. Buzz, buzz. The area behind the military camp was empty. Chu Hen stood about 7 to 8 meters behind Hua Shui, looking at the scene in front of him with surprise. Hua Shui sat upright on the ground. Her cute little face was more solemn than usual. Endless Reiki energy spread out from Hua Shue's Naiwan palace and surged toward the Aokiji sacred cauldron in front of her. The sacred cauldron floated in midair. Its entire body was wrapped in a scorching red flame. The scorching airwaves spread in all directions. From afar, it looked like a fireball. Buzz, buzz, a green light that looked like a snake wrapped around the Aokiji cauldron, turning left and right like a guardian spirit beast. In the air around the Aokiji cauldron, there were hundreds of runes that were shining brightly. The runes were intertwined with each other, like a corner of the endless starry sky. It was dazzling and dazzling. Shue calmly controlled the heat under the cauldron and calmly changed the rune's arrangement. The temperature within a radius of 100 meters was a little hot. Not long after, Chu Hen could smell the faint fragrance of elixirs. Looking at Shue's skillful and relaxed manner, Chu Hen was a little surprised. He did not expect her to have such a high level of attainment in elixir refining at such a young age, especially when she controlled the sacred tool, Aokiji cauldron, with ease. It was really praiseworthy. I have underestimated this girl. Chu Hen murmured softly. He could not help but wonder what kind of sect the Kunliu faction was. How could it cultivate such an outstanding group, like zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Buzz, buzz, just as Chu Hen was pondering, a strong wave of heat suddenly swept across. Then, Shue suddenly accelerated the rhythm of controlling the Reiki energy. Under her control, the runes that were dancing in the sky were like spiritual butterflies that had fled their nests. They quickly swarmed toward the Aokiji cauldron. The Aokiji cauldron also emitted a dazzling radiance like the sun. The runes passed through the bright green radiance and directly merged into the interior of the sacred cauldron. Every step was steady and orderly. Withdraw! Hua Xuyin opened her mouth slightly and flicked her fingers. In an instant, the various light patterns that enveloped the green child cauldron rapidly converged together, and the flames that enveloped the body of the cauldron also rapidly melted. With a muffled bang, the sacred cauldron gently fell to the ground. He was as steady as a mountain. All right, less than half an hour. Shue clapped her hands and turned around to blink at Chu Hen. So fast? Chu Hen's face was filled with surprise. What else? This is considered slow. I don't even want to refine this kind of candy, okay? Shue said proudly. Chu Hen smiled. I wonder how effective it is. As long as your improvement method is correct, there won't be any problems. There should be no mistake. The refining method of the Dragon Power Pill was left behind by the Lei Huan Patriarch of St. Bell City. All the knowledge that Chu Hen had as a tattoo master also came from Lei Huan. Let's open it and take a look. Then Shue waved her hand, and the lid of the cauldron floated up. Along with a thick medicinal pill fragrance, more than 100 dark red pills flew out. Shue casually took out a medium-sized jade bottle. With a thought, she wrapped those medicinal pills with Reiki energy and put them into the bottle. 123 pills. If we auction them, we can sell them for hundreds of thousands of high-grade primordial crystals. Shue tossed the jade bottle to Chu Hen. Chu Hen received the bottle. The bottle was a little hot to the touch, and the rich fragrance caused one's mind to shake. This dragon power pill is only useful for people below the void-piercing realm. For us, it doesn't have any effect, Shue added. Chu Hen nodded, indicating that he understood. A moment later, in the military training field. Wow! Amidst the gasps of astonishment, a young soldier easily drew a heavy bow weighing over 300 kilograms. This guy's strength? Normally, it would not be easy for the other party to lift this heavy bow. But now, under the gazes of Chang Ke, Deputy General Liu, Qi Teng, Lu Qi, and the others, the bowstring quickly turned into a full moon shape. An arrow surrounded by a faint golden glow was placed on the bowstring, emitting a sharp aura. Release the arrow. Zang, the bowstring made a light sound, and a beam of light directly shot out, tearing the air and splitting the air. The momentum was astonishing. A powerful wave of air slanted upwards, and the arrow transformed into a beam of light that soared into the sky. The arrow flew for 2 miles and sank into the mountain wall of a mountain that was dozens of meters wide. It pierced through and flew out from the back. Damn. The appearance of this scene caused all the soldiers in the military camp to jump in fright. Even Chang's eyes widened in shock. The soldier who released the arrow stood dumbfounded on the spot, staring at his own hands with a face full of disbelief. Did he shoot that arrow just now? Why did this feel like a dream? Chu Hen, who stood at the side, nodded thoughtfully. That arrow just now was the effect of the dragon power pill that the other party consumed. The power and range of the heavy bow was already great. The dragon power pill increased the power by 10 times, and the wind thorn tool pattern increased the penetrative power of the arrow by 1,000 times. Compared to the original foundation, it increased the lethality by more than 10,000 times. The power of that arrow was enough to threaten a void-piercing realm expert. Of course, a void-piercing realm expert would not stand still and let you be a target, especially in terms of speed. A void-piercing realm expert could kill these people in an instant. So, this was only the first step for Chu Hen. Young Master Chu Hen, you're too amazing. Chang Ku walked to Chu Hen's side with a face full of smiles. There's me too. I refined this dragon power pill. Hua Shui hurriedly took credit, showing off like a little girl. Chu Hen smiled and shook his head, then said, General Chang, try to equip the bows and arrows of the soldiers with heavy and powerful bows. Does everyone need it? Chang asked. Yes. No way. Are you trying to tire me to death? Hua Shui scolded with extreme dissatisfaction. Everyone was equipped with a powerful heavy bow. In other words, all the soldiers in the Dragon Teeth Army needed to consume the Dragon Power Pill. 20,000 soldiers. 1 pill for each person would be 20,000 pills. This was definitely a huge project. You have the Green Child Cauldron. What are you afraid of? Chu Hen replied. Humph, you're still saying it's reasonable, aren't you? I don't want to be squeezed dry by you. Hua Shui pouted, her face full of displeasure. Although she had the Green Child Cauldron, according to the output of 100 dragon power pills per cauldron, she would need to refine it 200 times. For Hua Shui, who was not very diligent, this was a kind of torture. You're not helping me? Chu Hen smiled mischievously. No. Are you sure? I'm sure. I'm the leader of Mount Kunliu. If you don't listen to the leader's orders, I'll expel you from the mountain. So the conversation ended. After Hua Shui cursed Chu Hen hundreds of times in her heart, she took out the Green Child Cauldron and went to the back of the mountain. Chapter 549. Phew! I've finally finished engraving these damned wind thorn tool markings. I'm really exhausted. Yeah, I haven't seen the sun outside for more than 10 days. This is the first time I felt the air outside the tent is so fresh. After more than 10 days of hard work, the 100,000 ordinary arrows were all engraved with tool markings and refined into wind thorn arrows that had a penetrative power 1,000 times stronger than before. Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian Nongqi, and the others walked out of the tent one after another and stretched their stiff limbs. Boom! However, it was also at this moment that the ground suddenly trembled. 2 loud bangs suddenly exploded in the sky behind them. Everyone was shocked and looked up. They saw 2 resplendent silver pillars of light that seemed to be solid, piercing through the sky like auroras, directly striking a mountain that was 100 meters wide. Rumble! Immediately afterwards, the ground shook even more violently. The 2 silver pillars of light pierced through the mountain from the bottom to the top. The enormous power caused the space to faintly distort. Rumble! The vast power was like a sudden clap of thunder. In the next second, rocks flew everywhere, dust rose, and a shocking wave of dust soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the mountain was blasted to the ground. The surging power set off fierce waves of air. The wind howled and the sky darkened. What had happened? The few of them looked at each other in confusion. Yan Hanlu shook his head helplessly. Looks like there's no time to rest. We'll have to get busy again. On the mountain behind the military camp, looking at the mountain in front of them that had been instantly obliterated, Chang-Chi and the soldiers of the Dragonfang army were all dumbfounded. Not far in front of them were two cannons. The cannons were engraved with strange runes that were sparkling and flowing like ancient vine patterns. The soldiers standing next to the cannons were all dumbfounded. One of them said in a daze, "This is the first time I've seen such a powerful cannon. It looks like the day our Misty Wind dynasty conquers the world is coming. Too damn fierce. With these cannons, we can conquer any city." Listening to the conversation around him, Chu Hen, who was standing next to him, just smiled. Chang Kuei gulped. Just as he was about to step forward and say something, Yan Hanlu, Han Lian, Ji Shu, and the others were already flying over. "What interesting things have you come up with this time?" Junior apprentice brother Chu Hen. Yan Hanlu landed in front of everyone with a smile. Chu Hen pointed at the two siege cannons and said, "No, I just modified them." "Oh, cannon?" The others were slightly startled. Yan Hanlu then asked, "It seems that the energy turbulence just now wasn't caused by gunpowder." "It's indeed not gunpowder. The impact of gunpowder is limited. I've changed a cannonball I shot out with a spirit rank talisman." Chu Hen explained. "Spirit level talisman? What?" Everyone was a little uneasy again. There was no one present who did not know about talismans. They were special tools refined by inscriptionists that could explode in an instant and were mostly used to create chaos. The lowest level of talismans was the Spirit Fall Talisman. In the past, the first talisman Chu Hen came into contact with in Tensei Prefecture was this kind of low-level talisman. The higher-level ones were the Spirit Fire Talisman, Heavenly Thunder Talisman, Violent Ice Talisman, and so on. As for the Spirit-level talisman, as the name suggested, it was a tool refined by a spirit tattoo master. The power it contained was above that of a high-level talisman. Even a void-piercing realm expert didn't dare to underestimate the destructive power of a spirit-level talisman. It was no wonder that the power of merely two cannons was able to flatten a mountain. In fact, this had already surpassed the scope of cannons. It was more appropriate to call it a crystal cannon. But similarly, the method to refine a spirit-level talisman was also very complicated. Its complexity was far above that of a wind stab tool pattern. Moreover, the number of origin crystal stones required for the talisman was much higher. Therefore, after listening to Chu Hen's explanation, everyone was more or less speechless. After this, they were going to be extremely busy again. Chu Hen asked, "All of you ought to be able to refine spirit-level talismans, right?" Everyone nodded, successively. "Do you need talismans of that attribute?" "I only know of ice attribute talismans," said a spirit tattoo master from the Thousand Crane sect. "I only know of lightning and fire attribute talismans as well." "I haven't tried anything else," said Hong Lian. "Anything is fine," Chu Hen replied. "The more complicated the attribute, the more there are. After all, it was an extremely great impact that was produced in an instant. The more types of attributes there were, the more it would be able to catch the enemy off guard." "General Chang, how many siege cannons are there in the barracks?" Chu Hen looked at Chang Ku. "Young Master Chu, there are a total of 100. If it's not enough, then I can mobilize another 100, said Chang Ku respectfully. Compared to the first day, Chang Ku's attitude towards Chu Hen had absolutely taken a 180-degree turn. From the wind-piercing arrows to the dragon strength pills to the terrifying crystal cannons, Chang Ku was completely convinced by Chu Hen's methods. Fortunately, he hadn't met a general like Chu Hen when he led troops to war in the past. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to leave behind dregs. That's enough, I don't need that many. Chu Hen raised his hand and said to Yen Hanlu and the others, Senior Sister Yen, as for the number of spirit-level talismans, the more the better. Just let me know in advance if you need any materials. The others nodded in tacit understanding. Yen Hanlu blinked her eyes and said with a smile, Junior apprentice Brother Chu Hen, this is the first time your senior apprentice sister has helped someone with this or that. After this is done, how do you plan on thanking me? Chu Hen smiled. Don't worry, Senior Sister Yen. When the time comes, I'll definitely give you a reward that will definitely satisfy you. Oh, my standards are very high. I don't like things that are too ordinary. Haha, Senior Sister will know when the time comes. If I'm lying to you, you can do whatever you want with me. Then it's settled. Oh, right. Why haven't I seen Huashua these days? Ji Shu asked casually. Her. Chu Hen sniffed lightly and smiled a little embarrassedly. She said that arranging the tool patterns was too tiring and that refining pills was her specialty, so I asked her to help me refine pills. Time passed day by day. The Dragon Teeth Army had almost completely sealed off all communication with the outside world. All kinds of preparations were in progress. The refining of the Dragon Strength pills, the making of spirit-level talismans, and the improvement of the crystal cannons. The strength of this ordinary army was increasing at the fastest speed possible. Even though everyone was silently dividing up their tasks to complete their tasks, they were still unable to do so. There was a huge question in everyone's heart. That was, could Chu Hen really take down Taishao City? It was undeniable that the wind thorn arrows combined with the dragon strength pills were indeed extremely lethal. The crystal cannons combined with spirit-level talismans could also pose a powerful threat to void-piercing realm experts. But don't forget, the Mu family of Taishao City was not an ordinary force. As a family second only to the first-rate sex, the biggest obstacle in front of Chu Hen was the unshakable earth profound realm experts, other than the numerous experts. Even so, everyone tacitly kept their mouths shut and did not mention this matter. They only silently assisted. The autumn air was crisp and the wind was light. The gorgeous sunlight shone on the surface of the water, causing it to sparkle. As the breeze blew, the lush branches and leaves swayed, emitting a tinkling sound. Beneath the green child cauldron, Huashua leaned against the foot of the cauldron, biting a blade of grass at the corner of her mouth. She looked very relaxed. Slacking off again. At this moment, a gentle voice was heard. A young figure appeared in front of her, blocking a ray of sunlight. Without medicinal ingredients, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Do you understand? Huashua pouted with an expression that said, What can you do to me? Chu Hen squatted down and smiled. What medicinal ingredients do you lack? Everything. All right, I'll go to Ling City and buy it for you. Hearing that she was going to Ling City, Huashua's eyes immediately brightened. She hurriedly pulled on the corner of Chu Hen's clothes. Do you need someone to help you carry things? Chu Hen smiled. No need, I have a storage ring. Then do you need a follower? Think about it. Having a very cute little girl by your side is such a glorious thing. Huashua blinked and smiled sweetly. Looking at her, Chu Hen couldn't help but think of an innocent and adorable little face. Yi Yao, that kind-hearted girl. I wonder how she's doing right now. Chu Hen immediately stood up and nodded slightly. Let's go. That's great. I haven't eaten tonghalu for a long time. When it was close to noon, Chu Hen and Yi Yao entered Ling City. After purchasing a batch of medicinal ingredients to refine the dragon power pill, Chu Hen originally wanted to go back earlier. However, when he saw that Huashua was so lively and had so much fun, he did not disturb her mood. Ling City seemed to be livelier than usual today. The crowd was endless, bustling and exuding a vigorous vitality. Amazing! This is really amazing. Just at this moment, a loud shout came from the second floor of a restaurant and spread to the main street. Normally, Chu Hen would only respond with a smile to these busybodies talking about him and would not pay too much attention to them. However, just as he passed through the entrance of the restaurant, the last few words caused him to slightly pause his footsteps. Who's amazing? Why are you so excited? Who else could it be? The person I'm talking about is naturally the leader of the younger generation in our province, the head of the 4 young masters, young master Yu, Song Yuje. Oh, what's going on? Has Song Yuje come out of seclusion? He came out a long time ago. Moreover, the first thing Song Yuje did after coming out was to bring his sword to the otherworldly spirit sect and point his sword at Cui Chi. What do you think happened? One move. With just one move, young Master Yu was defeated by Song Yuje. Chapter 550. Jade, Gongzi Song Yuje has come out of seclusion. The first thing he did was to drag his sword 1,000 miles to the otherworldly spirit sect. With just one move, he defeated Yi Gongzi Cui Chi. Holy sh*T, are you serious? Really? It's absolutely true. This matter has caused a huge uproar in Moon-Striped City. Moreover, Song Yuje's cultivation base had already broken through the 6th order of the void-piercing realm. Who in the younger generation of the entire province can compete with him? Why is Song Yuje only looking for young Master Yi? Where are young Master Yuan and young Master Shui? It's very simple. Song Yuje had publicly said that during the battle of the Sword Cannon Grand Meeting, young Master Yuan Wu Yuan and Blood young Master Shui, who were both injured. Only the strange young Master Cui Chi, who possesses the dual spiritualist profound body, has fully recovered. He, Song Yuje, would never take advantage of others when they were down. Hence, he went to look for Cui Chi first. After that, I'll pay a visit to the Azura sect and Thousand Crane sect. Not bad at all. This Song Yuje is indeed the leader of the 4 great young masters. He truly has the demeanor of a hero. Shouts of praise could be heard from the tea house. Even though Song Yuje was not able to attend the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's grand sword ceremony, he had stirred up a commotion the moment he came out of seclusion. It was comparable to the raging waves of the blue sea that engulfed the entire province. Young Master Jade was the only top-notch genius who did not come from a sect. He broke through the realm of void piercing before the age of 18. He had once rejected the olive branches extended to him by various sections, especially when he said that his clan would not lose to the sects in his youth. He had even attracted the admiration of countless people. Even though geniuses from the various sects were popping up like mushrooms after the rain, Song Yuje's radiance never faded. He was the head of the 4 great young masters. Others only thought that Song Yuje did not dare to participate in the Sword Codex Grand Meet. Who would have thought that in less than a month, young Master Yu would sweep across the land like a storm? Why did you stop? Hua Xue, who was holding a tonghulu in one hand and a pastry in the other, turned around and skipped to the side of Chu Hen, who was standing at the entrance of the restaurant. Chu Hen raised his eyelids slightly, shook his head, and said, "I'm fine." Oh, Hua Xue pouted. She could faintly see a hint of coldness in the other party's eyes. At that moment, another loud voice was heard. "I also know of a huge matter that is also related to Song Yuje." "Oh, tell me about it." He, a merchant from Moon End City, told me that Song Yuje's wedding is in a month's time. Hua! Holy sh*T, is this for real? Which family's daughter is so fortunate to be able to marry young Master Yu? You might not believe it, but that person is the eldest daughter of the Luo clan, Luo Mengchong. So it's her. I've heard of the Luo clan's eldest daughter. She's devastatingly beautiful and extremely talented. She's a good match for young Master Yu. That's not right. I heard that Miss Luo is with Chu Hen, isn't she? It's said that it's because of the Luo family's eldest young miss that Chu Hen blew off one of Mu Yifeng's arms. I'm not too sure about that. But think about it, if it were you. Would you choose Chu Hen or Tsang Yujie? Haha, isn't that obvious? Although Chu Hen isn't bad, he is no match for Tsang Yujie in terms of background, fame, talent, and cultivation. Everyone knows that a man strives for greater heights and a fine bird perches on a broken tree. TSK, this Tsang Yujie is really a winner in life. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener was listening attentively. In a month's time, it would be the wedding of young Master Yu and Miss Luo. Chu Hen, who was standing at the entrance of the restaurant, trembled slightly. Traces of coldness gradually spread on his face. Feeling the increasingly cold aura of Chu Hen, Hua Shui was so scared that she did not dare to make a sound. She asked carefully, are you all right? Chu Hen closed his eyes and said faintly, let's go. The cold aura was completely different from when he came. Hua Shui followed behind him and silently nibbled on a tong hulu. It was as tasteless as chewing wax. Soon, the two of them exited the city gate. When the two of them reached the empty street outside the city, a cold, murderous aura suddenly attacked them. The leaves danced, and a few sharp figures blocked in front of Chu Hen and Hua Shui. Humph, you little thief Chu Hen. You sure have some guts to actually dare to come to Ling City. We didn't waste our time looking for you. You ran into the muzzle. The one who spoke was a young man in his 20s. He wore a green robe and looked aggressive. The sword in his hand shone with a dazzling light. The others also looked at him coldly with a murderous aura. Hua Shui was shocked. From the way these people dressed, she could tell that they were from the Mu family of Taishao City. Just as the rumors said, the Mu family was indeed searching for Chu Hen everywhere for revenge. They did not expect that they would be found here. Chu Hen lifted his eyelids coldly, and his voice was as cold as frost. If I were you, I would definitely run as far as I can. Humph, arrogant. The man in the lead shouted, I have already informed the elders of the nearby family. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape today. Get lost. Chu Hen spat out a word coldly. You're asking for it. Stop them, don't let him escape. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the true yuan within their bodies began to soar. A swift and fierce might surged out like a torrent. The sharp weapons in their hands shone brilliantly, as if they had been soaked in divine radiance, emitting waves of vibrating sounds. Kill! Without another word, they leaped up and charged at Chu Hen with a powerful attack. The light patterns and sword shadows that filled the sky emitted a strong, destructive aura. Looking at the indifferent Chu Hen, who was shrouded by the surging true inner force, Hua Shui's pretty face changed. Reiki energy immediately spread out. However, at this moment, an extremely eerie chill suddenly caused Hua Shui's heart to tremble. Along with it was a chilling, murderous intent. Before Hua Shui could react, a strange purple glow suddenly surged out of Chu Hen's body. In an instant, the space around Chu Hen was immediately distorted. Then, a purple flame rose out of nowhere and quickly crawled onto the few people's bodies. Oh no! The few people's faces changed drastically as they shouted in their hearts. They instinctively urged the true inner force in their bodies to resist. However, the strange purple flame actually burned the true inner force as well. It was like a bone-burning flame that could not be shaken off no matter how hard they tried. Ah! No. Incomparably shrill screams came from the few people's mouths. In the blink of an eye, the few people's bodies turned into piles of ashes. When the cold wind blew, it was like dust being crushed and disappeared without a trace. What? Hua Shui, who was standing at the back, was dumbfounded by the scene before her. Rumble. Soon after, a powerful figure stirred up a majestic and vigorous true inner force that was like a stormy sea and chased after them. Little be asterisk starred, I want your life. The person who came was a white-haired old man. He was dressed in white and held a long sword in his hand. A whirlpool-like wind surrounded his body. It was obvious, without thinking, that this person was most likely the so-called Mu clan elder. Chu Hen, little. Hua Shui cried out loudly. Hua Shui exclaimed loudly. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Hen suddenly turned around. What entered Hua Shui's eyes was a pair of demonic purple pupils. That was a formless power spread out. Hua Shui's pupils shrank again and again. Her heart trembled again and again. Her pretty little face was as pale as a piece of paper. Buzz, a magnificent purple glow blossomed from Chu Hen's eyes. The 4 black dots in the depths of his pupils shook violently. Chu Hen lifted his eyelids, and the space shook violently. 2 beams of purple light burst out. A powerful wave of air dragged out in the air. As they moved rapidly, the beams of light quickly turned into 2 huge arrows. Ripples flowed all over the arrows, and they were covered in purple flames. The extremely cold killing intent caused one to tremble with fear. The Mu clan elder was shocked. He hurriedly waved the treasured sword in his hand and drew out a towering sword aura that was like a swimming dragon to meet the 2 huge purple flame arrows. Bang! The 2 terrifying forces collided and immediately set off a ball of purple light that soared into the sky. The heavens and earth lost their color and waves of air piled up. The ground cracked open one deep ravine after another. The violent aftershock swept in all directions like a gale. The Mu clan elder, who was caught off guard, was directly pushed back by the impact of this energy. Streaks of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His expression darkened, and he was secretly shocked. Not good. This little B asterisk starred is too strong. I'm afraid I can't handle him. It's best to escape. In one exchange, the Mu clan elder understood that he had underestimated Chu Hen's strength. He could only rush back to Taishao City and ask for help. You want to leave now? I'm afraid it's too late. A cold voice suddenly sounded. What? The Mu clan elder was horrified. Boom! In the next instant, a torrential purple light rose behind Chu Hen. The limitless Fang had appeared in Chu Hen's hand at some point. He gripped the black war blade with both hands, and dazzling purple light rapidly surged onto the blade like vines of light. The cold purple eyes revealed a merciless, fiendish aura. Ha ha! I'll let you experience the Azura Sect's killing blade technique. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth twitched. He raised the black war blade, and a storm of true essence stirred the world. Azura / roar. Like the roar of a ferocious beast that shocked the heavens, in an instant, a purple blade light that was 100 feet wide fell down with the power to split open the heavens. The boundless blade light shook the heavens, and a huge ravine quickly appeared in the ground in front of Chu Hen. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Rocks flew everywhere. The Mu clan elder's pupils violently shrank, and his expression changed drastically. Boom! In the next second, the unstoppable blade light slashed into the Mu clan elder's body. The latter didn't even have time to let out a miserable cry before he was cleaved into 2. Blood rained down, and his internal organs were minced, disappearing from the world. Chapter 551. The wind howled through the sky, and the power to suppress the mountains and rivers. In the blink of an eye, the Mu family elder was sliced into 2 by the incomparably powerful blade light. Looking at Chu Hen's cold and threatening aura, Hua Shui was so scared that her face turned pale, and she was like a cicada in winter. This is just the beginning. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled up slightly. Then, the vital energy outside his body retracted, and the purple light in his eyes quickly faded. Go back! After saying this indifferently, Chu Hen left. Hua Shui stood dumbfounded on the spot, and only came back to her senses after the other party had walked nearly 100 meters away. That gaze just now was so scary. Hua Shui murmured softly, and her eyes were filled with complexity as she looked at Chu Hen's back. At that moment, she couldn't help but realize that the other party was hiding too many secrets. After about 4 hours, Chu Hen and Hua Shui returned to the Black River Valley. Neither of them mentioned what had happened before. In the following days, life in the Dragon Fang barracks was almost the same as before. Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, and Ji Shu were still helping Chu Hen create spirit-level talismans. Hua Shui was also refining dragon power pills every day. On the surface, everything was too normal, but under this normal atmosphere, there seemed to be a bit of heaviness, and this heaviness came from Chu Hen. Most of the time, Chu Hen stayed quietly by himself. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the storm about Song Yujie was getting more and more intense. First, it was strange young Master Cui Qi, then far young Master Wu Yuan, and finally bloody young Master Shui. In less than half a month, all of them were defeated by Song Yujie. Then, the news about young Master Yu and the Luo family's young ladies' wedding spread to every corner of the prefecture. Only 20 days left? Chu Hen, who was standing on the edge of a cliff, murmured. At that moment, Shilan appeared behind him. Her eyes were like limpid autumn waters, and she was silent. Even though everyone was basically staying in the Black River Valley, they weren't isolated from the outside world. They could still receive news from the outside world, no matter what happened. Regarding Chu Hen's mood change during this period of time, everyone was actually aware of it in their hearts. It was just that they had a tacit understanding. Mentor, how is the spirit-level talisman coming along? Chu Hen turned around and asked. I've completed more than 7,000 pills. Shilan's red lips parted slightly as she replied softly. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows. How many primordial crystals are left? About 1. 8 million. Leave behind 1,500,000 high-tier primal crystals. I'll return to my tent first. Instructor, please have Senior Yan, Hong Lian, and Ji Shu look for me. The rest of you continue crafting the talismans. It's time for the final preparations. Shilan was slightly stunned. Looking at the other party's appearance, it was most likely that they were about to make new preparations. She didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. I understand. A moment later, in Chu Hen's tent. Why are you looking for us again? Junior brother Chu Hen, I've helped you complete the mission for so many days. Shouldn't you pay me first? Yan Hanlu joked as soon as she entered the tent. At the same time, Chu Hen stood by the table and casually put down a brush dipped in black ink. There were 3 open scrolls on the table. The scrolls exuded a faint ink fragrance. It was obvious that they had been completed not long ago. Senior Sister Yan, please sit. Chu Hen nodded at the 3 of them and gestured for them to sit. What are these? Hong Lian, curiously, looked at the 3 scrolls on the table. The method of arranging talismans. Oh! The 3 of them were even more astonished, especially Yan Hanlu. As an array master, arranging talisman formations was definitely her forte. When it came to array formations, there weren't many people who could compare to her. Now that Chu Hen had taken out a scroll for her to study, it felt like he was looking down on her. However, when Yan Hanlu carefully looked at the arrangement of the talisman formation, she was instantly stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Hong Lian and Ji Shu were shocked after reading the contents of the scroll. This is an Earth rank talisman formation. Hong Lian exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Hen nodded. That's right, this formation is called Empyrean Hell Calamity. Empyrean Hell Calamity? Hong Lian and Yan Hanlu couldn't help but look at each other. They both saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Ji Shu raised her delicate eyebrows and said softly, I've heard of this talisman formation before. It's a collective trapping formation. This formation has a very special characteristic. It's said that if you're trapped inside, all aspects of your strength will be greatly weakened. You'll be at the mercy of the person who laid the formation. However, this formation consumes a lot of energy. Chu Hen's face revealed a bit of praise. Ji Shu was indeed worthy of being called knowledgeable. At least up until now, there was almost nothing that she did not know. After Ji Shu finished speaking, Hong Lian and Yan Hanlu couldn't help but look at Chu Hen with a strange expression. "Haha, junior brother Chu Hen, tell us the truth. Did you take Shifeng Zi's talisman book?" Shifeng Zi, the only Earth-rank talisman master in the 100 Nations continent. More than 10 years ago, he suffered a backlash from Reiki energy while researching a new talisman technique. In order to avoid being hunted down by his enemies, he disappeared overnight. A few months ago, traces of Shifeng Zi's whereabouts had caused quite a stir in the Mang Mountain jungle. At that time, the Illusory Rain Sect, Azura Sect, Thousand Crane Sect, Sky Split, Sword Pavilion, and Lunar Nightmare City had unintentionally opened the seal that suppressed the white-scaled Serpent Monarch, and they'd fought for the sake of seizing the omnidirectional Curse Seal. But before the chaos, Chu Hen entered the white-scaled Serpent Emperor's seal by himself under Luo Mingchang's cover. When Chu Hen came out, not only did his strength increase explosively, he even defeated Ko Tianqin, Sherwin Xing, and the others, and almost annihilated the entire Azura Sect team. From the looks of it, Chu Hen had probably obtained many benefits from the serpent suppression. This included the talisman book that Shifeng Zi had left behind. Chu Hen didn't evade Yan Hanliu's question. "Yes, you're right. I did obtain the secret book that Senior Shifeng Zi left behind." Chu Hen's straightforward admission stunned Yan Hanlu once again. She smiled. "You admitted it so quickly. Aren't you afraid that I'll leak this matter? When that happens, the entire continent will be chasing after you." "You won't. Don't be so sure. I'm not Junior Sister Shilan, who will protect you in every way." Yan Hanlu pursed his lips, then turned his gaze back to the scroll in his hand. What a lucky guy. Some people have been longing for Shifeng Zi's ancient books for their entire lives, but in the end, they've benefited you. Is Shifeng Zi dead? Red Lotus asked. Chu Hen shook his head with uncertainty. It's hard to say. Red Lotus was silent. Yan Hanlu raised her eyebrows slightly. Let's get down to business. Did you ask us to come here because you want the four of us to work together to set up the Heaven Prison Tribulation Formation? The expressions of the four people became solemn. On the contrary, Chu Hen's face was indifferent, and his eyes were full of calmness. Are you sure? A silent atmosphere spread in the tent, and the three women's eyebrows showed some cautiousness. All four of them were spiritual tattooists, and the Heaven Prison Tribulation was an earth-level talisman formation. It was not easy to fill in. The power of an earth-level rune was far greater than that of a spirit-level rune. Once it was out of control and backfired, all four of them would be destroyed. Therefore, no one dared to make a promise to Chu Hen. Finally, it was Yan Hanlu who spoke. She let out a sigh of relief and said heavily and carefully, "It's very difficult, but it's not impossible." Some readers may be depressed. When did the protagonist learn the martial arts techniques of the Azura sect? If you've forgotten, you can look back at Chapter 451, Potential to Behead Langley, and Chapter 452, Return. When the protagonist killed Saber Absolute Langley, some equipment was dropped, including the martial arts technique Ashura Chop. Chapter 552. Dawn broke. The bamboo forest in the distance was fragrant grass. Lovers come from afar. The first rain stirred the green treetops. Where would the swallows return to their nest? Not fated to depend on each other, the years were peaceful. Moontide City. Since half a month ago, the entire moonbound city had been enveloped in an atmosphere of celebration. The streets and alleys were decorated with lanterns and streamers. Neatly hung lanterns on the trees and vegetation along the road. Where did this joy come from? Even the children playing on the streets knew that young master Jade Songyuje's wedding was in 3 days. At that time, the entire city was celebrating. Guests gathered and it was extremely bustling. Young Master Yu and Miss Luo are a perfect match. Haha, that's right. The Luo family's patriarch is fortunate to have such a daughter. At that time, with the help of Miss Luo, the Luo family will rise with the tide, and we will definitely be ranked in the top 3 among the 8 families in Moonbound City. Ah, I also heard one thing. It is said that after young Master Yu and Miss Luo got married, the Song family will help the Luo family return to Grand Cloud City and take back the position of City Lord. I've heard about this as well. However, returning to Taishao City is one thing. The Song family didn't say that they would help the Luo family destroy the Mu family. After all, the Mu clan isn't weak. If the Song clan were to go all out against them, they would definitely suffer losses. This is not something we can meddle in. Anyway, if the 2 families merge, it will be a good thing for our moon-striped city. When the time comes, we just have to wait to drink the wedding wine. Ha ha ha, you're absolutely right. A festive and lively atmosphere filled the whole city. However, as one of the main characters, the Luo family did not seem to be the same. In the courtyard of the small building, there was a pavilion and a garden. A sad song, Butterfly Longing for Flowers. Luo Mingshang, who was wearing a white gauze dress, was sitting next to the piano table. Beautiful petals were scattered on the ground, and when the breeze blew, it looked like butterflies were chasing each other. In the past 2 months, Song Yuje's reputation had been at its peak. However, in the place where Luo Mengchang lived, one could not feel the slightest bit of joy. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a bright and beautiful sadness that would not fade even after 1,000 years. I haven't heard from him for so long. I wonder if he's doing well. Luo Mengchang whispered softly, and a young figure appeared in her mind. If I had known that our fate would be so shallow, it would have been the first time we met. It would have been better if we didn't know each other. Just then, the sound of light footsteps could be heard from afar. A ripple appeared in Luo Mingchang's clear eyes. She turned her head and opened her red lips. "Father, you're here?" Ever since Luo Mengchang returned home, she had not seen anyone other than Luo Qiong. His sigh was filled with deep regret. Luo Qiong's silver hair grew even more. I'm sorry." "Why should I apologize? You have done your best." Luo Mingshang showed a smile that had not been seen in a long time, but this smile made Luo Qiong feel even more uncomfortable. Song Yuje returned yesterday. The 3 great young masters were all defeated by him. Among them, Cui Chi won in 1 move, Luo Qiong said. "Is that so?" Luo Mengchang replied softly. She did not seem to have much of an emotional fluctuation. Even if that outstanding and hot man was the person she would be with day and night in the future. Luo Qiong paused for a moment before continuing. "Are you still thinking about him?" "I've tried very hard not to think about it." Luo Mengchang was a little lost. Her voice was so soft that even she could not hear it clearly. Luo Qiong's lips moved slightly. In the end, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He wanted to say, you should go now. Go find him now." However, the entire province already knew that the Tsang and Luo clans were going to marry. Once Luo Mengchang left, the consequences would not be something the Luo clan could bear. Phew! Luo Qiong put his hands behind his back and looked up at the white clouds in the sky. There was guilt and yearning in his eyes for his daughter. He would be able to return to Taishao City soon. At the very least, the lifelong wish of his father, Luo Yibai, would be realized. Black River Valley, in a spacious mountain stream. In the distance, there were cold mountain trails and white clouds. The towering peaks exuded a vast and majestic aura. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in this mountain stream became especially chaotic and uneasy. For powerful Reiki energy filled the space within a radius of several kilometers. Chu Hen, Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, and Jishu sat in 4 different directions: north, south, east, and west. Around each of them floated dense and bright runes. The gorgeous runes were dazzling and fluttered around them, emitting powerful energy waves. The 4 of them were familiar with the process and carefully controlled their respective runes. Yan, Hanliu's beautiful eyes focused as she said in a low voice, "Connect the formation!" Buzz, the space trembled slightly. Chu Hen, Hong Lian, and Jishu's eyes turned cold as they immediately commanded the runes to gather in front of them. This time, the number of runes was especially large. It was like a swarm of bees and butterflies. Moreover, the power contained in each rune was astonishing. It was as restless as a volcano's magma. The 4 of them were centered around Yan Hanlu. As the absolute master of the formation, she was also the most capable leader. While the 4 of them were in a stable state, countless colorful runes released a gentle brilliance. They neatly connected from head to tail, forming a dazzling rune-light net. The runes flowed and formed a strange formation. In next to no time, an enormous talisman formation that was over 300 m wide shockingly appeared in the sky above the 4 of them. The mysterious talisman markings were like ancient characters that flowed with a glazed glow, and it possessed a boundless, imposing aura that caused the heavens and the earth to be cast into a shade. Rumble! The surging flames revealed a terrifying energy, restlessness. A power that caused one's heart to palpitate continuously expanded and became stronger. The powerful pressure caused the stones on the ground to crack. "All right, withdraw the formation. Don't waste the Reiki energy," Yan Hanlu reminded them. The 4 of them nodded and withdrew the Reiki energy at the same time, dispersing the runes. The large formation that had lost its power support was like a skeleton without a backbone. It quickly disappeared, turning into specks of light and disappearing from the world. "Perfect. That's great." Hua Shui clapped her hands as she ran out from the back. Shilan, Lu Qi, Fu Qin, Qi Teng, and the others followed behind her. "Senior apprentice sister Jishu, you guys are amazing. You can even set up an earth-level talisman formation." Jishu shook her head with a smile and said, "It's mainly because of senior apprentice sister Yan's guidance. Otherwise, even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be able to complete it. Senior apprentice sister Jishu is too modest. You guys are all amazing." Yan Hanlu smiled. It was already the 17th day since Chu Hen distributed the scrolls to them. The 4 of them practiced day and night, communicated, and developed tacit understanding. Finally, they succeeded in this seemingly impossible task. This made everyone praise them. The name of Absolute Array was indeed well-deserved. However, Chu Hen's face didn't have the smile they expected. Between his lightly furrowed brows, there was a hint of coldness surging. "What's wrong? You should be happy." Shilan walked to Chu Hen's side and patted his shoulder. Chu Hen glanced sideways and said indifferently, "There are still 3 days, right?" Everyone couldn't help but be startled, and no one said anything. These days, Chu Hen didn't mention a word about this matter, but he remembered it clearly in his heart. Everyone saw Chu Hen's ability. The enormous potential he possessed could indeed cause any force to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. However, 3 days was simply too short. "What do you want to do?" Yan Hanlu asked from the side. Chu Hen looked up at the sky. His deep eyes pierced through the layers of white clouds and reached the azure 9 heavens. Several falcons soared in the sky, rising with the wind. An icy cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. In the depths of his pupils, strands of demonic purple light emitted a restless aura. A violent storm was about to unfold. Chapter 553. The stars in the sky were as bright as a plate. As the 15th day of the month approached, the bright moon in the sky was especially eye-catching. Swoosh, swoosh in the darkness, more than a dozen ghost-like figures quickly shuttled through the forest. The person in the lead had a handsome face and a cold aura. Not long after, a vast area gradually appeared in the night. At the same time, a majestic city appeared in everyone's field of vision. It was an incomparably magnificent city. The buildings in the city were very tall, row upon row, and magnificent. Under the cover of the night, it looked like an ancient fortress. It was also like a towering mountain, very majestic. That's Taishao City in front of us. Yan Hanlu moved and flashed to the side of the young man at the front. Taishao City was considered a relatively famous city in the province. It was famous for its tall and magnificent buildings. People who came here felt as if they were at the top of a mountain, looking down at all the other mountains. That was why it was named Taishao City. The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Nong Chi, check to see if there's anyone hiding nearby." "Understood." Nong Chi nodded, then formed a seal with her hands and closed her beautiful eyes. A strange wave of power was released from her body, and a wisp of light floated around her. Then the space trembled slightly, and invisible waves of air spread out. Nong Chi opened her eyes and said, "There's one person 2 miles to the northwest, and another 3 miles to the east." No one doubted Nong Chi's perception. Chu Hen smiled coldly. It seemed that the Mu family was quite vigilant, but unfortunately, they had encountered this team. "Chi Teng, Lu Chi, go and get rid of them." We finally have something to do." "Leave it to me," Chi Teng said with an evil smile. Lu Chi also nodded. Whoosh, then. The two of them turned into 2 shadows and flashed away, instantly disappearing into the darkness of the night. "Let's do it here." After that, Chu Hen's group stopped at an area around 2 miles away from Great Cloud City. Looking from afar, he could vaguely see a few guards dozing off on the city wall under the dim light. Every night, the city gates of Great Cloud City would be closed and outsiders would be forbidden from entering or leaving. "Should we get rid of the people on the tower?" Hua Shui asked. "Don't worry about them." Chu Hen replied indifferently. With the night vision of ordinary guards, they could only see 100 to 200 meters away at most. There was no need for them to worry about being discovered by the people in Great Cloud City. "Oh." Hua Shui responded in a low voice, but shrunk her head weakly. Playing the zither, Jishu and the others could not help but feel a little puzzled. They realized that recently, Hua Shui seemed to be afraid of Chu Hen. As for the reason, Hua Shui had never mentioned it to anyone. "Let's begin." Yan Hanlu slightly nodded, a hint of caution surging from her delicate brows. "All spiritual tattooists stay here. Others cover us nearby. Don't interrupt us unless it's a last resort." Shilan, Fu Qin, and the others nodded, indicating that they understood what to do. Chu Hen lifted his eyelids and looked at the others. "Time is limited. Don't make any mistakes." They all agreed very seriously. No matter what the result of this matter was, at this moment, everyone was willing to believe in Chu Hen. Immediately, more than a dozen figures dispersed, each with a determined look on their faces. It was exceptionally quiet everywhere. Whether inside or outside Great Cloud City, the city shrouded in darkness seemed to be invaded and occupied by a dark magic. This was the calm before the storm. After an unknown period of time, the long night ushered in the brilliant dawn. Dawn broke in the sky. An ray of light pierced through the thick clouds and sprinkled on the earth. Looking at the darkness gradually driven away by the day, under the dim sky, Great Cloud City, which was as majestic as a mountain, was bathed in the holy light of auspicious clouds. It was as majestic as a god, and no one dared to invade it. In the mountains outside the city, Chu Hen, who was waiting for the arrival of dawn, had a watery gaze, and his body was as straight as a spear. He quietly looked at Great Cloud City, which was several miles away, with a calm look in his eyes. It seemed that to him, this Great Cloud City, which even the first-rate forces were unwilling to try easily, was in his pocket. There was an invisible majesty and domineeringness in his calmness. Shilan, Yanhanlu, Chi Tung, Fu Qin, and the others gathered behind Chu Hen, their resolute eyes reflecting the dazzling morning light. Suddenly, a deep smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. The show is about to begin. Woo! Then the impassioned sound of the bugle echoed between heaven and earth. The strong momentum was like the heavy and mighty sound wave impact, forming a strong rhythm that attacked in all directions. What's going on? What happened? The guards who were still dozing off on the city walls were suddenly awakened, and they all looked flustered. At the same time, the city guards who had come to change shifts and were preparing to open the city gates were also stunned. They saw an army marching in orderly steps toward Great Cloud City. The Dark Army was clad in battle armor, holding long spears in their hands, with sabers at their waists and heavy bows and arrows on their backs. A strong and austere aura rushed toward them like a mountain and a river. What? Am I dreaming? The guards on the city walls were stunned. They rubbed their eyes hard and then opened them again. The scene in front of them had not changed at all. This was 2F** King exaggerated. This was the first time they had seen an ordinary army dare to provoke Great Cloud City. Were they not afraid that the dynasty behind them would be destroyed? The imposing Dragon Teeth army approached step by step. Their steady and orderly steps caused the ground to tremble. The people inside Great Cloud City all felt a huge pressure. They felt that the people coming toward them were not ordinary soldiers, but ferocious wolves. There's something wrong with these guys. Hurry up and inform the city lord. Hurry up, close the city gates first. Great Cloud City was thrown into chaos. However, despite the chaos, there was no fear. The reason was simple. The Mu family of Great Cloud City was not afraid of any dynasty. Except for a few first-rate forces, Great Cloud City was not afraid of anyone. Who dares to make trouble in my Great Cloud City? Could it be that you're tired of living? Suddenly, more than a dozen powerful auras surged from the rear of Great Cloud City. Surging spiritual origin filled the air like a gale, accompanied by waves of mighty pressure. More than a dozen void-piercing realm experts stepped through the air and looked down at the Dragon Teeth army in front of them. The Dragon Teeth army stopped more than 2 miles away from the city walls. The two sides faced each other like wolves and tigers. The air was filled with the high fighting spirit of a powerful army. General Chang Ku, who was leading the army, rode a single-horned white horse king, looking majestic and extraordinary. I, Chang Ku, am the Dragon Teeth General of the Misty Wind Empire. I have nothing better to do, so I came to your Great Cloud City to take a seat. It's fine if you don't send a few women to serve me wine and water, but now the city gates are closed. What's the meaning of this? Chang Ku pointed at the people on the city walls and scolded. His rough voice was like thunder. Chapter 554. The Misty Wind Empire? Hearing Chang Meng announce his name, the people on the city walls of Taishao City were all stunned. Since when did the people of the Misty Wind Empire become so bold? How dare they provoke our Taishao City? Humph, what a bunch of fools! A middle-aged man around 30 years old exuded a cold aura. He pointed at Chang Meng and said, "You must be tired of living. A mere Misty Wind Empire dares to set foot in my Taishao City. If you commit suicide now, I'll let today's matter rest. Otherwise, in less than 2 months, the Misty Wind Empire will no longer exist in this world." His furious words were filled with a strong sense of threat. However, Chang Meng sneered. "Ha! I'm not that easily intimidated. I've come to you today because I have something to discuss with you. Give me someone who can speak." "Impudent!" the middle-aged man shouted. Immediately after, a figure in his 40s raised his hand to stop the man and shouted, "I am Mu Tong, the 9th elder of the Mu family of the city, Lord's Mansion. Do I have the right to speak to you?" "Barely," Chang Meng said. Mu Tong smiled calmly and said, "I wonder what General Chang has come to discuss with us. I heard that the Mu family wasn't in charge of Taishao City in the past. So what if it was? So what if it wasn't? Then it's simple. From today onwards, Taishao City is no longer under your control. Obediently hand over the management rights and then get the hell out of my sight. Whoosh! The moment these words were spoken, Taishao City immediately burst into an uproar. Everyone's faces were filled with deep astonishment. Where did these people get their confidence from? They dared to challenge the Mu family with a mere army of 20,000? What a bunch of reckless fools! Many people in Taishao City roared with laughter. Their laughter was filled with disdain and contempt. In their eyes, Chongmeng's group was like a group of children challenging adults. Their words were extremely comical. I don't mean to target anyone, the middle-aged man in his 30s who had spoken first said disdainfully. I'm saying that all of you are trash. I'm afraid your arrows won't even be able to fly over our city walls. Then let's give it a try. Changke grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. Hee as you wish. The middle-aged man paused, and his voice abruptly lowered by a few levels. Chop off this boatman's hands and feet, then send him to the royal family of the Misty Wind dynasty. As soon as he finished speaking, several experts from Great Heaven City leaped into the air and charged toward Changke with a piercing, killing intent. However, Changke calmly raised his arm. First team, fire. Yes. The neat and orderly sound was magnificent. Nearly 100 archers in the first row drew their bows and knocked their bows. Crack! The muscles on his shoulders and arms bulged, and his veins bulged. The powerful bows instantly turned into full moons. The tool patterns on the arrows emitted intense energy fluctuations, swallowing and spitting out light patterns that looked like gossamer threads. Fire! Swish, swish! In an instant, nearly 100 sharp light shadows shot out like auroras, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Each arrow released a dazzling radiance. The concentrated arrows swirled with a powerful killing intent, dragging waves of air behind them as they flew over a distance of 2 miles. They shot toward the group of people like shooting stars. What? The group's pupils shrank. This scene had occurred too quickly, and it was completely a result of carelessness and unforeseen circumstances. In their haste, they could only cover their bodies with true yuan to defend themselves. But even so, the sharp arrows still penetrated their defenses and pierced their bodies. Hiss! The sound of sharp weapons piercing flesh was exceptionally sharp, and the miserable screams of pain were even more frightening. Mu Tong and the others in the sky above the city tower were all shocked. No one had expected that these arrows, which came from the hands of ordinary people, would possess such great destructive power. Blood rained down, and the few people who had not charged far away all returned with serious injuries. Among them, a dozen or so flowing light arrows directly flew toward the city tower, causing many people to dodge in fear. Humph! The left hand of the Mu clan's 9th elder, Mu Tong, flew out like an eagle's claw, grabbing an arrow that was flying toward him like an iron pincer. A powerful force surged through his arm, causing Mu Tong's brows to furrow. He looked at the strange light, vine-like runes on the arrow, and his eyes could not help but reveal some coldness. So that's how it is. How about it? Everyone, my arrow can fly to where you are, right? Changke laughed loudly in disdain. Mu Tong's eyes flickered with a sinister luster. With a thought, a ball of true yuan violently flowed in his palm. With a muffled bang, the arrow in his left hand was directly shattered into pieces. The one behind the scenes, show yourself. Since you're here, there's no need to hide. The atmosphere between the two sides was cold and solemn. Anyone could discern that there was absolutely someone else behind Changke. Not long after he finished speaking, an astonishing aura rose, closely followed by the uneasy shaking of the ground. Giant rock stairway. Rumble. The earth quaked, the mountains shook, and the earth cracked. Sand and dust roared into the air. Then, about 100 meters in front of the Dragon Fong army, a vast square stone platform slowly rose. The stone platform directly emerged from the ground and rose to the same height as the city tower of Taishao City, forming a confrontation. "It's the secret technique of the Giant Rock Dynasty," someone from Taishao City said in a low voice. Mu Tong's eyes turned cold. First it was the Windy Mist Dynasty, and now it was the Giant Rock Dynasty. Who was it who could make the people of two dynasties come to deal with them? Swoosh, swoosh! Immediately after, a few blurry shadows swept across the air. In the next second, more than a dozen young men and women landed steadily on the stone platform. When Mu Tong and the others saw the person in the lead, their faces immediately darkened, and a cold, murderous intent immediately covered their entire faces. "It's you, damn brat! Whoosh!" A cold wind blew, and the chill was somewhat bone-chilling. Everyone on Taishao City's side was greatly astonished. They looked at the slender young figure on the high platform in front of them with some disbelief. In the past few months, they had been searching for him everywhere. Who would have thought that he would actually appear here, and in such an unexpected way? Chu Hen was dressed in black, and his entire body exuded a cold aura. He took a few steps forward with a slightly indifferent expression. "Haven't you been looking for me? Now I'm here. Now I'm here." His frivolous tone was filled with a powerful, domineering aura. He slowly raised his right arm and pointed at Mu Tong and the others in front of him. "I'll give you an hour to get out of Taishao City and never set foot here again." Boom! The majestic aura crushed everyone like a mountain, and the hearts of everyone in Taishao City trembled. No matter who said this, it seemed to be extremely ridiculous. However, the cold aura that emanated from Chu Hen made it impossible for anyone to laugh. Anger, absolute anger. The experts of the Mu family were already extremely angry. This kind of humiliation was something they had never experienced before. Mu Tong was so angry that he laughed. He could no longer suppress the murderous aura that emanated from his body. "Hee hee. Do you think that you can contend against my Mu family with a bunch of trash? I'm afraid there's no one as foolish as you in this world. Fine. Since you're here today, I'll accept the debt from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Tear this little bastard and his companions to pieces." Yes, in an instant, Mu Tong and the others exploded with a powerful murderous aura. Including Mu Tong, dozens of experts with astonishing auras stepped through the air. Each of them circulated their inner yuan, and the battle armor that covered their bodies glowed with brilliant colors. "Archers, get ready!" Changke shouted. Rows of archers knocked their bows in an orderly manner. The heavy bows were like a full moon, and the arrows were like divine light. The rapid and sharp arrow light tore through the air, covering the sky and covering the earth. The murderous aura was dense as it attacked the people of Taishao City. If you only know these little tricks, I'm afraid that you'll all be wiped out today. A vast gray light rose from Mu Tong's body, and all the spiritual energy in the world gathered at the center of his palm. With a wave of his hand, he sent out a fierce palm energy that whistled through the air. The power of the gray palm was peerless, and it instantly blasted a huge hole in the dense rain of arrows in front of it. The other experts of Taishao City also displayed their might, and their auras soared into the sky as they blocked the incoming rain of arrows. Experts were experts after all. Even though the dragon power pill and the wind stinger tool pattern had increased the destructive power of the arrows by 10,000 times, their opponents would not just stand there and let them hit them. In just a few blinks of an eye, Mu Tong and the others had arrived. Chapter 555. "Chu Hen, you little thief, it's time for you to die." Under Mu Tong's lead, several dozen experts from Grand Heaven's city charged at Chu Hen's party, welcoming the rain of arrows that filled the sky. Their dazzling armor overflowed with light, and their auras were peerless. The auras they erupted with caused even the surrounding space to feel uneasy. Chu Hen's eyes trembled, and he looked straight ahead. You all know what to do, right? Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, Nong Chi, and the others solemnly nodded. After speaking, Chu Hen's body moved, and a sun-like starlight blossomed from his body. Like an aurora, it shot out. 1 flash, 2 flashes, 3 flashes, the Alcade movement technique activated, and dazzling silver beams of light appeared in the sky. Chu Hen instantly arrived in front of a person. His ice-cold eyes didn't even ripple as his right fist, which was covered in dense starlight, swung at the person in front of him. Buzz, buzz, violent energy surged like an undercurrent at the bottom of a deep sea. His calm and reserved appearance was filled with a terrifying hidden force. Chu Hen blasted out a fist, dragging a gorgeous, silvery, flowing shadow behind him. A dreadful mountain-like pressure came crashing down. Bang! The heavy starlight fist solidly smashed into the person's chest, and 10,000 streaks of silver radiance leaked out between the two. A powerful wave of air spread out, and the person's eyes bulged out. His chest caved in, and he smashed into the ground like a sandbag. His head tilted to one side, and he stopped moving, killing a void-piercing expert with a single punch. Chu Hen's might was like thunder. Bastard! Mu Tong was infuriated. He grabbed at the air with one hand, and a surge of surging true essence quickly condensed into a solid gray spear. The spear pulsed with a strange dark splendor, as if a venomous python was coiled around it. Seal spear soul! Mu Tong roared. The black spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea, thrusting at Chu Hen. The bloodline of the Mu clan of Great Firmament City possessed the power of sealing. Once one was struck by the power of the seal, their true essence would be sealed for a certain period of time, and they would be no different from a cripple. That would be very troublesome. However, Chu Hen remained calm in the face of the powerful attack of the gray spear. With a flash of white light, he summoned the black saber, Limitless Fong. An astonishing saber aura immediately spread out. Kill! He brandished his saber in a domineering manner, and a ripple-shaped silver saber wave collided head-on with the spear. Bang! True essence splashed out, and power stacked on top of one another. 2 chaotic streams of air wantonly soared and poured down. Bright and beautiful rays of light exploded in the air. At the same time, another figure suddenly flashed and appeared behind Chu Hen. The power of his palms overlapped, and layers of illusory ripples appeared in the air. Ha! Stinking brat, you want to challenge so many of us by yourself? You're really courting death. A sinister and vicious smile bloomed on his face. However, just as his opponent's attack was about to land on Chu Hen, a violent aura suddenly erupted from Chu Hen's body. ZZT, ZZ, the high-pitched sound was like the cry of 1,000 birds. In the next instant, countless bolts of black lightning shot out of Chu Hen's body. The domineering black lightning shot out at lightning speed and fiercely struck the person behind Chu Hen. Bang! Thunder crisscrossed, and it was deafening. That person didn't even have the chance to scream before he was directly blasted into a bloody mist by the violent lightning. Lightning tribulation, heaven net! Then, with Chu Hen as the center, a huge net of lightning spread out in all directions. It covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping Mu Tong and the others. The terrifying dark lightning body was abnormally domineering, and it spread out at an extremely fast speed, sealing off Mu Tong and the others' paths of retreat. At the same time, all the Dragon Fong archers knocked their bows, and a rain of arrows rained down, surrounded by flowing lights, like divine arrows that had been soaked in the holy light of the sun, shuttled through the air, pierced through the sky, and flew toward Mu Tong and the others. Hiss! Ah! The suppression and imprisonment of the dark lightning caused everyone's movements to be greatly restricted. At this time, the rain of arrows directly brought them great trouble. The arrows with extremely strong penetrating power were very dangerous, and they directly trapped Mu Tong and the others in an encirclement. Damn it! Leave this stinking brat to me. You guys deal with those ants first. Yes. Immediately, Mu Tong stayed behind to deal with Chu Hen, while the others rushed toward the Dragon Fang soldiers behind Chang Ku. However, at this time Shilan, Fu Qin, Qi Teng, and Lu Qi, who were on the high platform, flew up and launched a powerful attack. Heh, do you think I'm dead? Qi Teng sneered and said. Rock burst giant fist. Thick golden light covered his whole body, and Qi Teng's arm quickly petrified. He threw a punch, which turned into a rock hand the size of a house, and fiercely hit an expert of the Mu family. The terrible power directly shattered the opponent's bones and internal organs. The latter vomited blood, and with a scream he fell from the sky. Roaring waterfall. Lu Qi's whole body was surrounded by blue light, emitting a cold aura. A raging torrent of water emerged behind her, and then surged down majestically, turning into a giant wolf that looked up to the sky and roared. The light flickered, dazzling. The giant water wolf soared into the sky, and with a strong murderous intent, pounced on two experts of Taishao City, instantly drowning them. Fu Qin's swordsmanship was exquisite. His figure swept across the sky like a dragonfly skimming the water, and a gorgeous sword shadow streaked between heaven and earth. The person in front of him immediately fell down, and blood gushed out from his throat. A chaotic battle broke out, and killing broke out everywhere. Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, Ji Shu, and the other spiritual tattooists did not participate in the battle. They were still on the high platform. The arrows of the Dragon Teeth Army were still firing in an orderly manner, and the rhythm had never been disrupted from beginning to end. Moreover, every arrow was aimed at the enemy. The scene seemed chaotic, but in fact it was very stable. The people of Taishao City were either killed by Chu Hen and the others, or shot by the rain of arrows. More than half of the dozens of void-piercing realm experts were killed in an instant. On the other hand, Chu Hen's side did not lose a single soldier. These guys, the people of Taishao City, all frowned, and each of them looked shocked. They thought that Mu Tong and the others would definitely win. After all, the number of void-piercing realm experts far exceeded that of Chu Hen's. However, they did not expect that they would be suppressed by a group of archers. Normally, this was something that he wouldn't even dare to think about. In the blink of an eye, the people of Taishao City were killed and scattered. Mu Tong was both shocked and furious. He wanted to kill Chu Hen as soon as possible, but after a series of fierce clashes, he realized that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. What should we do? Mu Tong and the others can't hold on much longer. Let's go and help them. Wait, this is the Mu clan's matter. It has nothing to do with us. Just stay here and watch. That's true. The Mu clan has not suffered such a big loss in a long time. It's good to let them hit the wall, so they don't have to be so arrogant in front of us every time. The Mu clan was not the only clan in Taishao City. However, the experts of the other clans seemed to be more willing to stand on the city walls and watch. Of course, in their opinion, the Mu clan did not actually need their help. The people of Taishao City knew best how strong the Mu clan was. Rumble. As expected at this moment, the sky inside Taishao City suddenly darkened. Wind and thunder rolled, and the sky lost its color. Streaks of sharp aura rolled up a rapid gale and whistled in their direction. You brats, how dare you! Those who offend the Mu clan will be killed without mercy. Chu Hen, you little thief, so it's you. Today, I will definitely avenge my broken arm. I have to go to the hospital for a follow-up tomorrow. I'm taking a day off. If I come back early, it will be updated. If there are too many people in the hospital, it will take a lot of time to queue up for registration, and it may not be possible. Chapter 556. You motley crew sure have guts. Those who offend the Mu clan shall be killed without mercy. So it's you, Chu Hen, you little thief. Today, I will definitely avenge my broken arm in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. An enraged roar of rebuke rang out from the rear of Taishao City like a thunderclap. The sky was dark and gloomy. Vast layers of clouds covered the heavens and earth. Powerful auras dragged out majestic waves in the air. The experts of the Mu clan unleashed their auras and swept over with a crushing force. The reinforcements of Taishao City have arrived. It doesn't matter how many arrows they have now. To be honest, I still don't understand what happened to that Chu Hen brat. He brought this bunch of rabble here to die. As the lord of Taishao City and a top-tier clan among second-rate forces. Although the Mu clan's foundation was not as strong as those first-rate sects, it was not something that could be easily shaken. The auras of nearly 100 void-piercing realm experts were especially shocking, comparable to mountains and tsunamis. There were also many familiar figures among them. For example, Mu Hongzhou, who had been abused by Chu Hen to the point that he could not even participate in the finals of the swordplay ceremony, and Mu Yifeng, who had one of his arms blown off by Chu Hen in public. When enemies met, their eyes turned especially red. Mu Yifeng, Mu Hongzhou, and the others all had cold-killing intent on their faces. Each of them released powerful, true yuan from their bodies. The bloodline boundary of the sealing power spread out. Sand danced wildly, and waves shook the sky. Humph! A loser like you has the right to be so arrogant here? Bang! Chu Hen leapt into the air, and his fist erupted with 10,000 rays of resplendent silver light. The mountain-sized fist shook the heavens and the earth, leaving behind a forceful shadow as it firmly smashed onto the body of the 9th elder of the Mu family, Mu Tong. The space shook, and the fist radiance bloomed. Mu Tong's pupils constricted violently. The gray light covering his body was instantly shattered, and the flowing light battle armor he wore immediately dimmed. The fierce hidden force surged into his body, causing his organs to tremble. Alcade strike! A cold voice rang out. When Mu Tong saw Chu Hen's indifferent gaze, a deep sense of fear surged into his heart. Buzz! In a split second, Chu Hen split into 7. 7 identical figures simultaneously raised their blades that were swallowing and spitting out dazzling starlight. The powerful star power revolved around Chu Hen like a dancing shadow. The imposing aura of the limitless tooth rose sharply, and layers of silver light fiercely pulsated around it. Slash! As the enormous blade aura descended, 700 feet wide silver blade auras shot out in a graceful manner. All of them slashed towards the panic-stricken Mu Tong. Hiss! A rain of blood swirled in the air. Silver splendor splashed everywhere. The 7-blade shadows split mountains and split the earth. They chopped Mu Tong into a pile of broken pieces. Little bastard, you deserve to die. A skinny old man with sunken eyes roared in anger. This person was none other than the leader of Taishao City's team from the Sword Code Grand Meet, the Mu clan's first elder, Mu Qiu. Back in the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Mu Qiu hated Chu Hen to the bone, especially after Chu Hen ruthlessly beat up Mu Yifeng. He wanted to kill Chu Hen in front of everyone. Now, Chu Hen had killed the 9th elder Mu Tong right in front of him. This made Mu Qiu's anger soar. You really deserve to die. Mu Qiu stretched out his arms. Each of his hands held a gray ball of light. The gray ball of light soared into the sky like a ferocious beast. Mu Qiu then put his palms together, and the gray ball of light formed an extremely powerful rhythm. He flicked his 10 fingers, condensed them into a seal, and pushed them outwards. Demon wolf, demon sealing. Just as he finished speaking, a gray pillar of light with a tornado coiling around it pounced towards Chu Hen in front of him. In the process of moving, a malevolent and frightening gray wolf figure brought forth endless killing intent and rushed out. It shook the heavens and the earth as it traversed through the air. Boom! The surging power shattered all 6 of Chu Hen's clones, and a dense, ferocious pressure pressed down. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and the saber in his hand burst forth with thousands of rays of light. He gripped the saber with both hands, and the true Yuan behind him turned into a towering whirlpool. Bang! The powerful saber aura clashed fiercely with the ferocious wolf, and the energy that erupted was comparable to the impact of mountains and tsunamis. Gray light soared into the sky, and starlight burst forth. An astonishing power exploded in the air, and the sky was filled with explosions. However, the Mu clan's first elder was no ordinary person. His strength far surpassed that of Mu Tong, who had just been killed by Chu Hen. The ferocious and powerful impact directly sent Chu Hen flying. The gray light with extremely sealing power stuck to Chu Hen's body like a bone-burning flame, and it quickly devoured his true Yuan and burrowed into his meridians. Ha! Brat, now you know how powerful our Mu clan's bloodline is. Hong Zhou, kill him. A cold laughter came from behind Chu Hen. Just now, Mu Yifeng and Mu Hongzhou had already taken the opportunity to arrive here. Not good. Qi Teng, who was fighting with the enemy, changed his expression. Chu Hen has been hit by the sealing power. Shi Lan, Lu Qi, and Yan Han Lu, and the others on the grand stone platform who had not yet participated in the battle, could not help but frown. The Mu clan's bloodline possessed an astonishing sealing power. Anyone who fought against it would be especially cautious. Once their true Yuan was sealed, they would be at the mercy of others. However, Chu Hen's face was still abnormally calm. Just at that moment, a strange black light suddenly permeated out from Chu Hen's body. The overbearing black light instantly expelled the gray-colored lines that covered his body. At the same time, the aura that was emitted was even more surging and shocking than before. That is, everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but be shocked. The bloodline power that the Mu clan was so proud of was actually almost ineffective against Chu Hen? Isn't this a little too unbelievable? Excluding the fact that Chu Hen's cultivation far surpassed Mu Qiu's, there was only one reason for this, and that was Chu Hen's bloodline power, Qi Qi. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the black saber in Chu Hen's hand was suddenly covered with countless, densely packed dark lightning. The incomparably violent lightning let out 1,000 high-pitched cries. From afar, it seemed as if Chu Hen was holding a peerlessly powerful black lightning in his hand. In the next instant, Chu Hen swung his saber backhandedly, dragging a series of illusory flowing shadows in the air. The air trembled, and the Aurora saber shadow made a heavy rolling sound. In Mu Hongzhou, just as the treasured sword in Mu Yifeng's hand was about to stab into Chu Hen's back, a crescent-shaped saber shadow swept past. Both of their pupils shrank, and their bodies trembled. Hiss! With a sound, a pillar of blood shot up, and 2 round human heads immediately flew off. What? Everyone in Taishao City stared with their eyes wide open, and their faces were deathly pale. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen didn't even turn his head, and the 2 most outstanding geniuses of the Mu clan were directly killed. This young man, whose entire body was emitting a strange black light, was ruthless and shocking. You really have guts. Mu Qiu was so angry that his entire body was trembling. At this moment, he only had one goal, and that was to tear Chu Hen into 1,000 pieces. Apart from that, he had no other thoughts. Kill them for me. Slaughter everyone for me. The experts of the Mu clan were unable to restrain their anger, and they rushed over one after another, arriving at the battlefield. Chu Hen looked coldly at the increasing number of experts of the Mu clan, and an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I've been waiting for this moment. It's time to cast the net. In an instant, the expressions of Shi Lan, Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, Fu Qin, and Chang Qiu all froze, and an indescribable expression appeared on each of their faces. It's starting. Chu Hen shouted coldly. Understood. I've been waiting for a long time. Qi Tang's eyes suddenly shot out a bright light, and the true inner strength in his body was released without any reservation. Golden sandstorm. Rumble. In an instant, wild sand filled the sky, and a howling golden sand rain soared into the sky, rushing toward the people of Taishao City with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. At the same time, Lu Qi formed a seal with his hands, and a brilliant blue light bloomed like the sun. Roaring waterfall, frightening dragon. Shilan's entire body flowed with a brilliant seven-colored light, and her long purple hair danced elegantly in the wind. Then, a boundless holy splendor swept up a powerful, penetrating force and shot out. Light of Annihilation. Chapter 5:57. Golden Sandstorm. Waterfall, roars dragon. Light of Annihilation. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, wind howled, and sand filled the sky. Qi-Tung, Lu Qi, Shilan, Fu Qin, and the others all unleashed their strongest attacks. In an instant, sand flew everywhere, and huge waves surged into the sky like tsunamis. Golden sand, flying rain, wind, holy light, sword shadows, all sorts of colorful powers swept towards the Mu family experts like divine rainbows. Humph! How dare a grain of rice compete with the sun and moon? The Mu family's first elder, Mu Qiu, snorted disdainfully. Then he clenched his fists and crossed them as he thrust downwards. Boom! In the next instant, a surging gray light erupted from Mu Qiu's body like a waterfall. A surging wave of air swept out in all directions. Dust, huge waves, holy radiance, and many other mixed powers were like flames encountering a snowstorm, and they were instantly crushed into nothingness. Is that all you've got? How dare you act so rashly in front of me? Mu Qiu led the Mu family experts with a towering aura that shook the surroundings. However, at almost the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. An extremely powerful Reiki energy rippled through the air. Everyone in Great Firmament City was stunned. They saw countless colorful runes appear in the area above Mu Qiu and the other Mu clan experts. Every rune was like a crystal in crystal, like dancing spirit butterflies, or the corner of a resplendent star in the night sky. Buzz! Buzz! The extremely restless energy ripples grew stronger and stronger. Chu Hen stood proudly in the sky, his body surrounded by surging Reiki energy. Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, and Ji Shu, who had been standing on the high platform without doing anything, also formed seals with their hands. Reiki energy surged out from their Naiwan palaces. Rumble. The sky changed color, and the world dimmed. In just an instant, the inscriptions that floated above Mu Qiu and the others quickly solidified and connected with each other, forming a huge talisman formation that was 300 meters wide. Wind and thunder rolled, and dark clouds surged. The 1,000-zhang-wide glyph formation was like a huge net of light that enveloped everyone. Sparkling and luxurious, mysterious runes of light flowed all over it. A terrifying and mighty aura pressed down, causing heaven and earth to faintly tremble. Everyone from the Mu clan turned pale with fright when they sensed the pressure released by the strange glyph formation in the sky. Not good. This is an Earth-rank talisman formation. A cry that was filled with panic reverberated. How is this possible? How can this fellow lay out an Earth-rank talisman array? Hurry up and destroy this formation. Mu Qiu's expression changed greatly, and he quickly ordered everyone to attack the formation runes in the sky. However, it was also at this moment that Chu Hen put his palms together, and a circle of surging golden airwaves spread out in all directions. It's too late, everyone. What? Mu Qiu's expression darkened. The expressions of Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, and Ji Shu all froze, and each of them also erupted with a shocking might of Reiki energy. Along with Chu Hen, the four of them shouted in unison, "Heavenless Calamity Formation, activate!" Activate! His icy cold voice caused the hearts of everyone present here to be unable to help but tremble. In the next instant, the talisman formation that floated in the sky like an enormous disk instantly emanated an expanse of resplendent golden brilliance. The dazzling light was like the sun in the sky, and endless light sprinkled on the experts of the Mu clan. In an instant, everyone from the Mu clan, including Mu Chiu, seemed to be bathed in the sacred light of an auspicious cloud. However, this sacred light emitted a dangerous aura. Ah, I can't move. My true origin? What's going on? Everyone who was enveloped by the golden light felt as if they had encountered the weight of empty Tai, and they had to bear a heavy burden. Their strength, true origin, and movement, all of their functions were greatly weakened in an instant. Almost at the same time, Changqi raised his arm and shouted, "All archers attack! Yes!" The three armies responded, and their voices were like thunder. In an instant, 20,000 members of the Dragon Fang army all drew the powerful heavy bows in their hands, and the wind-piercing arrows that were surrounded by silver light flickered with a cold, killing intent. Fire! Swish, swish, swish! 10,000 arrows shot out at the same time, and the killing intent was overwhelming. A dense black rain of arrows whistled down, like a swarm of locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. With a shocking momentum, they swept up a thick killing intent as they shot toward Mu Chiu and the other experts of the Mu clan. Damn it! Bastard! Anger, fear, and great panic were all written on their faces. Pairs of eyes that had shrunk to the size of a needle point reflected the unstoppable sharpness of the arrows. Hiss! Ah! The sound of sharp weapons piercing through flesh was accompanied by shrill screams, interweaving into a magnificent music that sent chills down one's spine. A scarlet rain of blood drifted down from the sky, and arrows that flickered with the cold light of death were like flowing lights that had traversed through thousands of years of time. They slanted across the sky and set off a bloody storm. The rain of arrows fell together, and countless majestic waves of air were abnormally gorgeous. One after another, the experts of the Mu clan were pierced into sieves and destroyed under the heavens. Oh my God! The people in Great Firmament City were completely dumbfounded, and their faces were ghastly pale. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, the killing intent that pounced toward them still caused them to tremble with fear. One after another, the experts of the Mu clan were reduced to targets. Even in front of these ordinary soldiers, they had completely lost the ability to defend themselves. The light of the arrows was dazzling and dazzling. The killing intent was shocking, and the enormous heavenless prison Calamity Formation was like a huge net of death that trapped the members of the Mu clan. Under the envelopment of this huge net of death, they were suppressed to the point that they were unable to move and could only be slaughtered. Ah! Grand Elder, save me! Chu Hen, you little thief! I'll fight you to the death. The screams made one's scalp go numb. Under the rain of arrows, the members of the Mu clan were like trapped beasts. Even if they forced their way out, they would be turned into porcupines in the next second. There was also a small number of members of the Mu clan who were outside the formation, but they were also terrified by the scene in front of them and did not dare to step forward. The 100,000 wind-piercing arrows were constantly being reduced. The sharp aura of the arrows almost tore the space apart. One after another, the experts of the Mu clan were buried in the dazzling rain of silver arrows. This was a massacre. No one had expected that so many experts of the Mu clan would be massacred in such a manner. Such methods were simply terrifying. Chu Hen hovered in the sky and quietly watched the scene in front of him. As he watched the members of the Mu clan struggle in the rain of arrows, Chu Hen's eyes did not show any mercy or sympathy. They were all scheming and deceiving each other. Even if he let them go, the other party would not feel any gratitude. Since they were enemies, why should he let them go? Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar of a ferocious beast swept through the sky above Taishao City. This roar was filled with ferocity and ruthlessness. It was deafening and shook the entire place. All the soldiers of the Dragon Fang clan felt their bodies tremble violently. Then their blood surged, and many of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the room was shocked. Then, A dark light rose from the sky. Chapter 558. The 9 heavens darkened as a dark light rose. A deafening roar of a ferocious beast shook the entire area. All the dragon-teeth army soldiers trembled uncontrollably. Their faces turned red and their blood surged. Many of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, before everyone could recover from their shock, a majestic and monstrous aura suddenly rose above the heavenly calamity formation. Rumble! The aura was like a tide, and 3,000 bolts of lightning moved. In the next instant, an incomparably huge gray sword shadow descended from the sky. Like a sword from the gods, it firmly struck the huge talisman array with a power that shook the surroundings. Bang! The heavens and earth shook, and the sky seemed to crack. The terrifying power poured down like a meteorite, sweeping across the sky in front of Taishao City together with a towering wave. The talisman formation that was 1,000 feet wide was directly shattered by the impact. Light and shadow fragments exploded in the sky, and disorderly light beams and shadows flew everywhere. Layers of powerful aftershocks roared through the sky, and the powerful flames made people tremble with fear. Once the heavenly calamity formation was broken. The people of the Mu family who were enveloped by the formation were like wild deer that had broken free from the mouth of a swamp crocodile. They were covered in cuts and bruises, and they wanted to cry but had no tears. Roar! An angry roar came again. A blurry shadow streaked across the sky above Taishao City, and a fierce stench of blood swept over. A golden-robed elder in his 60s stepped on a domineering giant beast. The giant beast was pitch black, with the body of a leopard and the head of a tiger. A pair of pure white wings grew on its back. The wings were spread out like an eagle's, with a diameter of more than 100 meters. As it moved, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. Although the beast wasn't particularly large, the ferocious aura it exuded was enough to strike fear into the hearts of everyone present. It's a high-rank beast king, the Black Demon Tiger. The head of the Mu family, Mu Changtian, is here. The head of the Mu family, the #1 expert of Taishao City, and a top expert of the profound world realm. In an instant, everyone in Taishao City could not help but reveal deep respect in their eyes. Head. The experts of the Mu family looked as if they had seen their savior, and all of them had pleading expressions. Roar! Mu Changtian arrived in front of everyone on the Black Demon Tiger. When he saw the scene before him, his old face immediately turned ashen. He saw that more than half of the experts of the Mu clan had died. More than 100 experts of the void-piercing realm had come before, and now there were only 20 or 30 left. Moreover, all of them were injured. The only one who wasn't injured was the first elder, Mu Qiu. But even so, Mu Qiu was in a terrible state after being struck by the tens of thousands of arrows earlier. His clothes were torn in many places, and his hair was quite disheveled. Bastards, you really deserve to die. Buzz. Mu Changtian was infuriated. He extended his arm towards Chu Hen, and a ball of powerful white light erupted from his palm. Then, the white light quickly turned into a dazzling sword. The sword was a meter long, and its entire body was coiled with the radiance of moonlight. The body of the sword was covered in mysterious silver-colored tool markings, and it was crystalline and translucent, like a piece of jade, supreme heaven sword. The hearts of everyone present trembled. Buzz. The moment the supreme heaven sword appeared, a shocking sword aura swept out from Mu Changtian's body. The vast aura was like a galloping army, and it directly crushed towards Chu Hen. Facing such a mountain-like might, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. Rumble. Overbearing black true yuan that overflowed the skies transformed into a solid light screen that blocked in front of him. Bang! The black barrier of light in front of Chu Hen was directly shattered. The powerful sword aura surged over, and Chu Hen's clothes fluttered in the wind. Many parts of his body were cut by the invisible sword aura. Even so, Chu Hen stood unwaveringly in place, and he didn't move an inch. Behind him, Shi Lan, Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, Qi Ting, and the others all couldn't help but reveal a grave expression. However, most of them were shocked. Chu Hen, who only had a cultivation of the 4th level of the void-piercing realm, was actually able to face Mu Changtian, who had the strength of the earth-profound realm. This courage was enough to convince everyone. "Humph, you do have some ability," Mu Changtian said coldly. Chu Hen's eyes were calm, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. He replied indifferently, "Please don't point the supreme heaven sword at me. You can't use other things." Mu Changtian's expression turned cold, and he shouted in a low voice, "Do you know who I am?" "Of course I know. A treacherous, ungrateful, and despicable person." "Shut up! Roar!" The black demon tiger beneath Mu Changtian released a threatening roar, and at the same time, endless killing intent rose from Mu Changtian's body. He didn't plan to waste any more words with Chu Hen. When he thought about how the Mu family had lost so many void-piercing realm experts, Mu Changtian couldn't restrain his anger. He had originally planned to become a first-rate force in the province within 10 years, but now it was impossible. All of these huge losses were caused by this hateful brat in front of him. Mu Changtian's entire body was filled with killing intent, and his powerful true origin energy spread to the supreme heaven sword. Waves of air formed, and it was abnormally heavy and insurmountable aura, like a mountain, suppressed the entire area. The soldiers of the Dragon Fang army couldn't stand steadily, and the people in the Supreme Heaven City also frowned. What confused them was, why was Chu Hen still so abnormally calm at this moment? Hee. At this moment, the corner of Chu Hen's mouth suddenly rose into a demonic smile. He then clasped his hands together and formed a seal. He murmured softly, "Old man, I've been waiting for you for a long time." "What did you say?" Mu Changtian frowned. "I'll speak." Chu Hen's voice paused. Immediately after, he lifted his eyelids, and an invisible wave of qi was released from his body. His firm and handsome face, at this moment, revealed traces of fierceness. Within his ice-cold eyes, a cold smile could be seen. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. The last big gift is for you." "The last big gift?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Reiki energy in Chu Hen's Mud Pill Palace burst out without reservation. On the other side, Hong Lian, Yan Hanlu, and Jishu also formed a seal with their hands, and their eyes flashed with the light of determination. At the same time, Hua Shui and the other spiritual tattooists of the Thousand Crane sect also released their own Reiki energy. The power of more than a dozen spiritual tattooists gathered on Chu Hen in an instant. In an instant, a gale rose and air waves rose. Chu Hen's body shone brightly, and his whole body was flowing with thousands of bright, mysterious runes. Boom! Before the people present could react, the ground below suddenly blossomed with thousands of dazzling lights. Numerous strange patterns of light flowed and revolved on the ground like silver bolts of lightning, crisscrossing and spreading out like tree vines. They spread out at the fastest speed and transformed into an enormous talisman formation that was even larger than the one from before. What? This is... Looking at this sudden scene, everyone on the side of Taishao City was shocked and astounded. There was another talisman formation? Compared to the talisman formation that Mu Changtian had destroyed, the aura of this talisman formation on the ground below was even more terrifying. Chu Hen looked at Mu Changtian's angry face with a mocking expression. "I buried more than 1 million upper-grade, primordial crystals below. I call this formation the Heavenless Purgatory Slaughter Formation." Heavenless Purgatory Slaughter Formation. The cold words were like a bone-piercing icicle. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the huge formation pattern that covered an area of nearly 800 meters below exploded with an intense light. The complicated runes were like ancient patterns and they were dazzling. Buzz! Immediately after, a huge light pillar soared into the sky. The diameter of the light pillar was the same as the range of the talisman formation, and it directly trapped the people of the Mu clan within it. The golden light walls in all directions quickly solidified, and a huge pressure came from all directions. Humph! Mu Changtian's face was gloomy, and he scolded, "You're still too inexperienced to trap me." Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Changtian's aura rose, and a violent whirlwind appeared around him. He rode on the black demon tiger and turned into a shadow as he charged toward Chu Hen, who was outside the light pillar. As long as he killed Chu Hen, the talisman formation would collapse by itself. In truth, Mu Changtian was indeed very shocked by Chu Hen's methods. He was able to make people jump into his trap, one after another, layer after layer, whenever others thought that the danger was over. An even greater threat was waiting behind. However, the other party had overlooked one point, and that was that Mu Changtian could kill them with a single strike. "Stupid thing, die for me!" Mu Changtian roared, and the supreme heaven's sword radiated with the light of the sun. A powerful sword aura shot out like a swimming dragon, directly piercing through the thick light walls of the talisman formation and slashing toward Chu Hen. Space trembled, and everything in the path of this sword aura was reduced to nothingness. The sword aura shocked the heavens, and it arrived in front of Mu Changtian in an instant. A boundless aura of destruction came crashing down, and Chu Hen's eyes flashed to the cold light. He stretched out his left hand, and a dazzling starlight burst forth from his palm. In his palm there were 7 bright specks of light that flickered like fireflies. Among them, the speck of light in the Dubhe position was the brightest. Buzz! Immediately after, a condensed silver light shot out from Chu Hen's palm, and it accurately collided with the sword aura. 2 shocking forces tore through the air, and their momentum was comparable to a meteorite. Rumble! The violent collision of forces reverberated in the sky, and brilliant patterns of light crisscrossed and danced in the air. Even though the Dubhe Star Soul Pearl was a saint treasure, Chu Hen's cultivation was still far lower than Mu Changtian's. In the blink of an eye, the silver light was shattered into countless specks of silver light. The piercingly cold sword aura slashed toward Chu Hen with great destructive power. Die! Mu Changtian roared with a sinister expression. Yan Hanlu, Chi Teng, Honglian, and the others cursed inwardly. Even though Chu Hen had blocked most of the force, Mu Changtian's sword aura was enough to take the life of any level 4 void piercing realm cultivator, Wuxiu. Just as the sword aura was about to land on Chu Hen, a purple figure suddenly flashed through the air and blocked in front of Chu Hen. Light of annihilation. Thousands of multicolored beams of light surged forward like a flood, meeting the terrifying sword aura head-on. Boom! Brilliant light exploded one after another in the sky, and layer upon layer of waves swept out in all directions. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and Chu Hen's eyes bulged out of their sockets. "Instructor!" Immediately afterward, a figure as light as a leaf flew out of the chaotic waves of true essence. Without another word, Chu Hen hurriedly disappeared from where he was and flashed in front of the other party. His strong arms wrapped around her lithe and delicate body. Boom! The 9 heavens darkened, and the sky lost its color. Dark clouds gathered in the sky above Taishao City like a giant whirlpool, stirring up the heavens and earth. Just now, the talisman formation was in the sky, covering the earth. Now, the killing formation was on the ground, attacking the sky. Boundless golden light rose from below and once again wrapped around the bodies of the Mu clan. Mu Tong and the others couldn't cry even if they wanted to. They had finally escaped the fishing net with great difficulty, only to fall back into the trap after a short while. The powerful talisman formation's power was fully unleashed, and a pressure many times stronger than before filled the bodies of Mu Changtian, Mu Tong and the others. Damned bitch. Mu Changtian, who hadn't been able to kill Chu Hen, cursed loudly, but he was stopped by Shilan at the crucial moment. Instructor! Chu Hen hugged Shilan nervously. Her beautiful face was as pale as a sheet, and traces of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. It slowly bloomed like a delicate flower petal. I'm fine. Shilan smiled faintly, and it was a very moving sight. Chu Hen's eyes flashed with killing intent. He turned to the side and said to Chang Ku, "Slaughter all these dogs for me. Don't leave a single one alive." Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 20,000 Dragon Fang army soldiers got into formation. Chapter 559. Slaughter all of these dogs. Don't leave a single one alive. Killing intent filled the air as flames of fury soared into the sky. Looking at the heavily injured Shilan in his arms, Chu Hen's emotions fluctuated greatly for the first time in a few months. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Fang army got into formation and quickly pushed out 100 cannons. These cannons were engraved with dazzling silver talisman patterns. They were crystal clear and dazzling. The pitch-black muzzles emitted an icy aura. The expressions of the Mu family members who were trapped in the Empyrean prison robbery and kill formation changed drastically. A deep sense of unease rose in their hearts. Crystal cannons ready, Chang Ku shouted. In an instant, 100 cannons were raised and aimed at the Mu family members in the sky. Fire! A loud voice reverberated. In the next instant, the talisman patterns on the crystal cannons flickered with a strange light. An extremely restless energy wave was released. Bang, bang, bang. A series of heavy explosions caused the ground to shake. Dazzling energy beams pierced through the sky, directly passing through the light barrier of the talisman formation and blasting towards the Mu family members inside. Ripples appeared on the outer layer of the Empyrean prison robbery and kill formation. The powerful energy beams swept up a violent aura of destruction. The pupils of the Mu family members all shrank to the size of a needle. Bang! With a loud bang, the first Mu family member who was hit was directly blown into pieces. What? Boundless fear instantly spread in everyone's hearts. What followed was a series of violent explosions. Nearly 100 energy beams of different colors exploded in the sky at almost the same time. The monstrous shockwave was like a tsunami that swept in all directions. Not only had Chu Hen improved the power of the crystal cannons, but he had also changed the ordinary gunpowder cannons to spirit-level talismans. Under normal circumstances, each spiritual level charm could bring a lot of threat to the masters of the void-piercing realm. And when dozens or hundreds of spiritual level charms were detonated at the same time, the energy destructive power produced was absolutely horrifying. In particular, the Empyrean prison robbery and kill formation had weakened the Mu family members to the lowest point. It was even more impossible for them to withstand the destructive impact of the crystal cannons. Bang, 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 the crystal cannons continued to fire, and beam after beam of resplendent light shot towards the area where the Mu family was located. Wave after wave of violent energy turbulence exploded between heaven and earth. In an instant, flames rose, lightning flashed, storms roared, and hail rained down. All sorts of violent powers of different attributes bombarded the area in front of Great Heaven City. Everyone from the Mu clan panicked. They were all terrified to the extreme. One by one, they were engulfed by the violent power. There was no way to escape or hide. The skyless hell, robbery, killing formation below was like countless invisible chains that bound their legs tightly. The surrounding thin golden array walls could only be entered, not exited. More than 1 million high-grade primal crystals were used to support the operation of this Earth-grade glyph formation. The current situation was as if the Mu family had been surrounded in a narrow space, and they were continuously throwing techniques into it. What was the struggle of a cornered beast? What was an all-out siege? Chu Hen explained all of this with his actions. Panic, shock, and anger caused everyone from the Mu family to roar and shout uneasily. Bang! A dozen or so energy beams covered in the power of lightning struck the great elder Mu Tong like meteorites. The latter's body shook violently, and after letting out a miserable scream, he exploded into a mist of blood that filled the sky. Roar! The pained roar of the black demon tiger caused everyone to tremble in fear. Dozens of energy shockwaves of different attributes all pierced through the black demon tiger's enormous body. Countless rays of light shot out of the black demon tiger's body, and in the next second, the majestic black demon tiger exploded into a pile of dregs. The continuous and terrifying energy turbulence formed a huge energy storm that destroyed everything within the formation. Ah, bastard! The clan leader, Mu Changtian, was enraged when he saw his clansmen dying one after another. Not only was he enraged, but he also felt aggrieved. He felt absolutely aggrieved. He had the strength of an Earth-profound stage powerhouse, but he was suppressed by an Earth-rank talisman formation. He was unable to retaliate and could only allow the crystal cannons to destroy him. The energy shockwaves of different attributes were completely locked in a single area. No matter where the people of the Mu family hid, they could not escape the area of the formation. Multicolored energy rose wantonly, as if it wanted to pierce a hole in the sky. The furious energy storm ravaged the heavens and the earth, and very quickly Mu Changtian and all the people within it were engulfed. Even so, Chu Hen did not have any intention of stopping. His figure moved, and he immediately returned to the stone platform in the back. Hua Shua. Hurry up and treat instructor. Chu Hen held the pale Shilon and carefully helped her sit on the ground. Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, Chi Ting, and the others all gathered around. Hua Shue did not delay and hurriedly went forward to examine Shilan's injuries. Her injuries are very serious, but her life is not in danger. Hearing the last sentence, Chu Hen instantly let out a sigh of relief. Hua Shue also hurriedly took out a dark green pill and fed it to Shilan. After a mere count of 5, Shilan's aura had stabilized, but her face was still pale. Instructor, how do you feel? Much better. Shilan squeezed out a smile, indicating that she was fine. Chu Hen shook his head, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. Instructor, you shouldn't have taken that hit for me. I'll be fine. Shilan did not say anything. How could she not know Chu Hen's personality? Chu Hen would not do anything that he was not absolutely sure of. However, Shilan had still chosen to take that hit for him without any regard for her own safety. Only she knew what she was thinking in her heart. Bang! Boom! The crystal cannons were still destroying the space within the heavenly prison Calamity Formation. The storm caused by the collision of all kinds of energy was even more violent than the eruption of a volcano that had been silent for thousands of years. Monstrous airwaves rose into the sky, covering the sun and spreading in all directions. The soldiers of the Dragon Teeth Army had long lost their target, so they just bombarded the area randomly. The area within a radius of more than 10 miles was in a state of trembling chaos. Within Taishao City, the members of the other clans on the city gate tower were completely petrified. All of them were dumbfounded and shocked. Was the Mu family finished just like that? In less than half a day's time, so many experts had been annihilated. Terror and trembling, waves of turbulent airwaves surged towards the city walls of Taishao City. Seeing the chaotic scene in front of them, the entire city fell into a deathly silence. Previously, some people felt that there was no need to help the Mu family, but now they felt lucky that they had not helped. Even if a first-rate sect came, they would not be able to do much. At this moment, everyone looked at the young figure on the stone platform with awe. This person was really too terrifying. Boom! As the spiritual talismans of the crystal cannons gradually disappeared, the brutal bombardment finally came to an end. When the last beam of light exploded, the whole world seemed to have become quiet. What came into everyone's sight was the thick smoke that covered the sky. The ground was riddled with holes. Rocks had collapsed and the sky was dark. In the area shrouded in thick smoke, there was not a single breath of life. Chapter 560. Buzz. Scorching heat waves swept in all directions. Thick dust and smoke filled the air, and the ground was riddled with holes. Rocks collapsed, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. Amidst the dust that had been swept away, the remains of primordial crystals could be seen everywhere. Inside and outside of Taishao City, the entire world seemed to have sunk into an unprecedented silence. The formation patterns that covered the ground like tree vines gradually dimmed, and the huge cylindrical formation walls' light screen grew dimmer and dimmer. The 1 million high-grade primordial crystal stones that supported the operation of this large formation also quietly disappeared with the last trace of energy. Buzz. The chaotic space quickly calmed down, and the talisman formation light pillar that shot into the sky collapsed into thousands of spiritual energy fragments. Following that, the area that had been continuously destroyed by the crystal cannons slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Rubble piled up, and a huge pit sunk deep. The scene that appeared in front of everyone seemed to have suffered from divine punishment. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere, and shattered internal organs were a ghastly sight. At a glance, it was solemn and tragic. Not a single person was left alive. They were all dead. There was a commotion in Taishao City. All the experts of the Mu family had been annihilated. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that such a horrifying thing could have happened in the world. Chang Ku and the other Dragon Teeth army soldiers were also a little dazed. They had actually killed a family that was even stronger than their own country. This battle would definitely cause a stir in the entire province. The Dragon Teeth army of the Misty Wind dynasty was definitely going to become famous. Wait! All of a sudden, Nongqi's expression changed. Everyone was also shocked, and they all looked at each other in surprise. He's not dead yet. Nongqi's voice sounded very bad. What? Following that, when the dust in front of them dissipated, a figure in a sorry state was actually standing in the huge pit. This figure was covered in blood, and his clothes were ragged. His hair was disheveled, and he looked like a beggar on the street. However, when everyone saw the long sword in his hand that flickered with moonlight, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. It was Mu Changtian. Whoosh! As expected of a top-notch expert of the Earth Profound Realm. He didn't even die like that. Yan Hanlu, Hong Lian, Fu Qin, and the others could not help but reveal grim expressions. In the end, they had still underestimated the strength of a profound world realm expert. Clearly, a single Empyrean purgatory calamity formation was not enough to kill him. Who else? Mu Changtian let out a deafening roar. Next, the sword in his hand shone with a dazzling brilliance as it stabbed heavily into the ground. Boom! The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying white sword wave suddenly swept out with the momentum of 1,000 kilograms. The stones on the ground shattered inch by inch, and countless cracks rapidly spread out. The mighty aura poured down, and all the Dragon Teeth army soldiers, including Chang Ku, were thrown into the air. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and couldn't get up from the ground. A bunch of trash! Mu Changtian roared in a frenzy. His majestic aura caused everyone present to be unable to move. He pointed his sword at Chu Hen. His hair was a mess, and his face was twisted with rage. What other abilities do you have? Take them out. No matter who you are, all of you will die, all of you will die, ha 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 ha. He roared crazily and angrily. The power that Mu Changtian exploded with caused the heavens and earth to dim. Boundless killing intent gushed out from his body. Mu Changtian's rage had reached its peak. Chu Hen, prepare to retreat. Yan Hanlu shouted in a low voice. Fu Qin, Hua, Shui, Chi-Teng, and the others also prepared to retreat. This was already their full strength. No matter what happened next, it was impossible for them to defeat a profound world realm expert. Their only choice was to escape. However, Chu Hen was unmoved. He calmly replied, "Why should we retreat?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a violent wind suddenly blew between the heavens and earth. A gust of foul wind and murderous aura swept over. The gloomy clouds surged like a tide. At this moment, a dark red pillar of light descended from the sky. Then, a sturdy figure emitting a strong murderous aura appeared in the sky. Buzz! As soon as this person appeared, his surging aura crushed the entire area. A cold, murderous aura spread in all directions. Who is this person? Everyone in the room was shocked. It's him. Hua Shui blurted out subconsciously. Ji Shu and Nongqi, who were standing beside her, were also surprised. Under the majestic murderous aura was a tall, sturdy figure. His hair was messy, and his body was wrapped in dark iron chains. He also held 3 thick iron chains in his hands. On the other end of the iron chains, there were 3 strange monsters. These monsters were covered in thick iron armor. They looked like evil spirits, but in reality, they were 3 evil people who had their legs chopped off and refined into weapons. The chilly wind whistled, and the temperature in the area dropped rapidly. Everyone looked at this person with fear in their eyes. Who is this person? Chi-Ting asked in a low voice. Hua Shui, Jishu, and Nongqi looked at each other. Their expressions were complicated. The 3 of them were the only ones who knew what was going on. Chu Hen found him, Jishu replied meaningfully. Oh, everyone was even more surprised. Chu Hen actually knew an expert in the profound world realm. Who are you? Mu Changtian glared at the tall figure with the murderous aura. From the aura that the other emitted, he could tell that this person was not someone to be trifled with. Tuoba Sha. The 2 cold words came out of the person's mouth, calm and indifferent. Demon Tuoba Sha? That's right. Scram, don't meddle in my business here. Mu Changtian, who was in a fit of anger, shouted angrily. Although he did not underestimate Tuoba Sha, he was not afraid of him either. Tuoba Sha laughed coldly and spat out a few words. Kill yourself. Humph, what arrogance. No matter who tries to stop me today, they will die. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Changtian flew into a rage. He charged towards Tuoba Sha, leaving a trail of afterimages behind him. Tuoba Sha remained unmoved, and his gaze turned cold. After that, a wave of raging red light arose in the heavens and the earth. The vast red light formed an enormous vortex that enveloped him and Mu Changtian within it. Clatter! Then, along with the heavy clanging of the chains, the 3 beasts in front of Tuoba Sha let out sinister howls and pounced towards Mu Changtian like Azura demons. An eerie aura filled the sky. Mu Changtian raised his sword and slashed at the monster in front of him. Scram! A shocking sword light shot out with a shocking momentum. Bang! The sword light scattered in all directions, and the spirit patterns intertwined. A powerful shockwave rippled through the air. Mu Changtian's powerful sword strike had only managed to push the ferocious creature back a few meters. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, a cold gust of wind blew like a wave, and the other 2 ferocious creatures rushed to Mu Changtian's sides at an incredible speed. Wah! Kiki! In the next instant, the 2 beasts grabbed Mu Changtian's shoulders. Mu Changtian's expression changed, and he hurriedly unleashed a powerful burst of true essence in an attempt to shake them off. Following that, a terrifying scene unfolded. The 2 ferocious beasts opened their bloody mouths and bit Mu Changtian's throat from both sides. Their cold teeth were like sharp blades, easily piercing through Mu Changtian's protective layer of true essence and stabbing deep into his blood vessels. Mu Changtian's body shook violently and he screamed in panic. A scarlet rain of blood sprayed recklessly like a fountain pillar splattering everywhere. Heavens! The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to tremble in fear. This was especially true for the people in Taishao City. Their faces were all pale, and they couldn't bear to watch. Tuoba Shah didn't make a move, but once he did, he shocked everyone present. Yan Hanlu, Qi Teng, Lu Qi, Hong Lian, and the others all widened their eyes, and a chill ran down their spines. They subconsciously glanced at Chu Hen, who was not far away. There was only a slight change in his calm expression. It was only at this moment that the crowd truly understood. Chu Hen's greatest confidence in taking down Taishao City was not the wind-thorn arrows, the crystal source cannons, or the heavenless prison calamity formation. It was the earth-profound realm expert known as the devil, Tuoba Shah. You know this person as well. Fu Qin asked Hua, Shui, Jishu, and Nongqi in confusion. The three women nodded slightly. Back at the 10,000 Beast Ridge, Chu Hen had unintentionally helped Tuoba Shah once. Afterward, Tuoba Shah had given Chu Hen a token and said that he could help Chu Hen kill a person. Now it seemed that Chu Hen had secretly informed Tuoba Shah a few days ago. Moreover, Chu Hen had probably already predicted that the heavenless prison calamity formation would not be able to kill an expert of Mu Changtian's level. Everything was within Chu Hen's grasp. What a terrifying fellow! Yan Hanlu muttered to herself. It was unknown whether she was referring to Tuoba Shah or Chu Hen. Panicked and helpless screams continued, but they were becoming more and more powerless. At this moment, a torrential dark red light exploded in the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, Mu Changtian was sent flying and smashed into the ground like a sandbag. Fresh blood continuously gushed out of the blurry wound on his neck. His life was rapidly draining away, and his lifeless eyes gradually dimmed. The hand holding Taishao's sword quietly relaxed. His twisted face was clearly filled with unwillingness. The lord of Taishao City, Mu Changtian, had fallen. Silence, trembling, shock, all sorts of negative emotions flooded the faces of the people of Taishao City. Chu Hen flew down and flashed into the rubble. With a flick of his palm, the Taishao sword that had fallen beside Mu Changtian fell into Chu Hen's hand. Phew! Chu Hen let out a soft sigh of relief and looked indifferently at Taishao City in front of him. After a long period of silence, the tightly shut city gates slowly opened. Chapter 561. In the evening, the setting sun dyed half the sky red outside Taishao City. The aftermath of the fierce battle still remained. The vast area had been reduced to ruins. Starting from the morning, the residents of Taishao City had been immersed in all sorts of anxiety and unease for nearly the entire day. Even when they spoke, they were careful, not daring to make a ruckus. In the center of Taishao City, on top of a grand and spacious building that looked like a giant tower, Chu Hen quietly gazed at the sunset in the sky. Standing there, he could see the entire city. On the other side stood a tall and sturdy figure with black iron chains tied around his body. The two of them were silent. Perhaps they hadn't started talking, or perhaps they had already finished talking. At this moment, a flurry of footsteps could be heard. Qi Teng, Lu Qi, Hua Shui, Yan Hanlu, and the others appeared one after another. Chu Hen, it's all done. Qi Teng's expression was rather excited. To be honest, they were still in a daze. They hadn't expected that they would really take down Taishao City. They believed that in a few days, this matter would shake the entire province and create a huge storm. The remaining members of the Mu clan have all fled Taishao City. Lu Qi added. Chu Hen nodded his head. There was more or less a trace of sorrow in his heart. More than 10 years ago, the Mu clan overthrew the Luo clan, forcing them to flee everywhere and end up in Moon Dragon City. Now, the misfortune that had happened to the Luo clan had reappeared with the Mu clan. This really proved the old saying, karma goes round, and retribution comes when retribution comes. Of course, Chu Hen could completely eradicate the Mu clan, but there was clearly no need to do so. The head of the Mu clan was already dead, and most of the void-piercing realm experts had died in the heavenly prison calamity formation. The Mu clan had completely lost their mainstay and foundation. There was no hope for them to rise again in the future. They posed no threat at all. The Mu clan really has a lot of assets. They're even richer than our Boulder dynasty. As Qi Ting spoke, he took out a few thick ledgers and handed them to Chu Hen. These are the ledgers of the Mu clan's storeroom. Take a look. They're practically the local tyrant. Chu Hen smiled and immediately said, "Take out 10 million high-grade primal crystal stones and return them to the royal family of the Boulder dynasty." Previously, Chu Hen had borrowed 5 million high-grade primordial crystal stones from Qi Ting. Now he would return 10 million, double the repayment. "No need," Qi Ting grinned and said. "Even if you let me take it back, I'm afraid that His Majesty won't accept it. When this news reaches His Majesty's ears in a few days, he will try to curry favor with you. Why would I want anything from you? In that case, give these primordial crystal stones to the soldiers of the Dragon Teeth Army." Chu Hen did not insist. Qi Ting nodded in agreement. In fact, the soldiers of the Dragon Teeth Army had dared to follow them to attack Taishao City because they were ready to risk everything for their own good. After all, no one had much confidence before. They could only bite the bullet and accept it. Now, Chu Hen would naturally not mistreat them. "Chu Hen, the day after tomorrow is Miss Ming Chang's wedding day." Shilon opened her red lips and said with a complicated expression. Chu Hen's mind trembled slightly. He raised his head and looked at the gradually darkening sky. Faint thoughts surged out from his pair of pitch-black pupils. Senior Tuoba, Chu Hen looked at Tuoba Shah on the other side, cupped his fists, and said gratefully, "Senior, I still have important matters to attend to. Thank you for your help today. When I return from Moon End City, I will express my gratitude." Tuoba Shah did not turn around. He stood motionless and only looked into the distance. Then his throat moved slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Do what you need to do. Don't worry about me." Chu Hen nodded slightly. "I will take my leave first. Lu Qi, tell Chang Ku to wait in Taishao City." "Got it," Lu Qi answered. After giving a few simple instructions, a dozen or so afterimages streaked across the sky like stars streaking across the sky, disappearing into the sky above Great Cloud City with a rapid gust of wind. A cold wind blew, and the old swallows flew away. Tuoba Shah looked in the direction where Chu Hen and his men disappeared, his cold face without a trace of emotion. In the twilight, he looked like a stone statue. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The shocking change in Taishao City had not yet spread out, but the happy event of the Tsang family and the Luo family in Moon End City had already attracted the attention of the entire province. Moon End City. The lights were bright, and the sky was filled with fireworks. From early morning until evening, the whole Moon End City was immersed in endless celebration and excitement. The streets were decorated with lanterns, and lanterns were hung high. The gongs and drums were deafening, and firecrackers were exploding. As the lord of Moon End City, the Tsang family had already gathered guests from all over the world. The huge courtyard was filled with banquets made of gorgeous red tablecloths. A brand new red carpet was laid from the gate to the stone steps of the living room. The rain of flowers was dancing in the air, and it was very lively. "Congratulations, congratulations, young Master Yu, for marrying a beautiful woman. You are both accomplished in both literature and martial arts, and you are a proud son of heaven. Haha." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a gorgeous robe, with a kind smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, Brother Li is really good at talking." A middle-aged man with a stern face and a mustache on his upper lip laughed loudly. He turned slightly to the side and said to a young man in a bridegroom suit behind him, Yujie, come here and salute masterly. This man was none other than the master of the Tsang family, Tsang Yu. Nephew Tsang, Yujie greets, Uncle Lee. The young man and the bridegroom, Suit, cupped his fist slightly and said, Tsang Yujie was extraordinarily handsome, and his every movement revealed a proud and unrestrained aura. As the leader of the four young masters, he was, as his name suggested, handsome and elegant. Whether it was his talent or cultivation, he could stand above the others. Young Master Yu is too courteous, haha. Although Tsang Yujie addressed himself as nephew, his tone was not humble at all. The master of the Li family was a wise man, and he knew what kind of people the Tsang family was. Therefore, he still addressed him as young Master Yu. Come, brotherly, this way, please. Tsang Yu, the master of the Tsang family, and the master of the Li family exchanged a few pleasantries before he was led to a seat. Brother Luo, so you are here. The master of the Li family's eyes lit up as he noticed the master of the Luo family, Luo Qiong. Brother Li, Luo Qiong nodded slightly. Why aren't you welcoming the guests? Why are you sitting here? Aren't you marrying off your daughter today? Luo Qiong smiled bitterly. Brother Li, why do you ask when you already know the answer? The master of the Li family was speechless. Although the Luo family was an outsider, they had a good relationship with the Li family. In the past, the Li family had helped the Tsang family a lot in order to get the Luo family to stay in Crescent Moon City. What surprised the master of the Li family was that the Luo family, as one of the main characters of the day, should welcome the guests together with the Tsang family. They should not sit there quietly like a spectator. Sigh. After a brief moment of silence, the master of the Li family sighed. It seemed like the status of the Luo family did not rise much after Luo Mengchang married into the Tsang family. This made people wonder if Tsang Yu would really help Luo Qiong take back Great Cloud City. Or perhaps the previous agreement was just a bait to lure Luo Mengchang into his hands? The master of the Lan family has arrived. The master of the Jiang family has arrived. The president of the hidden gold trading firm has arrived. As time passed, the festive atmosphere continued to grow. Many influential people in Crescent Moon City and the surrounding areas came with gifts to congratulate the Luo family. Tsang Yu's face was glowing. On the other hand, the Luo family was much quieter. Although there were few people who came to congratulate Luo Qiong, most of them had ulterior motives. I didn't expect Big Brother Yujie to get married so soon. That Luo Mengchang is so enviable. I want to marry Big Brother Yujie too. A love-struck woman said with tears in her eyes. Forget it. Not everyone is worthy of young Master Yujie. Humph, as if you're worthy of him. I didn't say that. The crowd gathered and the guests arrived. Tsang Yujie was like a bright star, especially eye-catching. Hee, Big Brother, after tonight, there will be countless women in Crescent Moon City crying their hearts out for you. A young man who looked similar to Tsang Yujie walked to his side and said, he was the second young master of the Tsang family, the fifth absolute of the 7 absolute heavens favorites, Tsang Yujie. Tsang Yujie smiled and said, how can those vulgar women compare to Mengchang? Hey, Big Brother, don't tell me you've really fallen in love with her? An outstanding man like you should have a few wives and concubines. Women, the more the better. Tsang Yujie paused and continued. By the way, Big Brother, you defeated Cui Chi, Wu Yuan, and Shui. What's your next plan? Tsang Yujie's eyes narrowed and the corner of his mouth faintly revealed a devilish smile. Don't forget, there's still someone who won against Shui. Huh. Tsang Yujie also smiled. His smile was a little cruel and cold. That guy even wanted to snatch your woman, Big Brother. You must not let him go so easily. Snatch my woman? Tsang Yujie raised his eyebrows and said mockingly, does he deserve it? Boom. Bang. A series of salutes exploded in the sky, blooming into a rain of flowers. The auspicious time has come. Please welcome the bride. Accompanied by the sound of drums, All the guests in the courtyard stood up and stood on both sides of the red carpet in the center. Then, surrounded by a few bridesmaids, a graceful figure in a bridal gown with a red cloth on her head slowly walked on the carpet. Quick, the bride is here. Everyone clap, haha. Although she was wearing a red cloth on her head, Luo Mingchang's innate temperament still made many people's eyes light up. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Mengchang walked across the carpet and walked up the steps of the main hall. Matchmaker said nice things as she took a big red string with a red ball tied in the middle from the bridesmaid next to her. Groom, please hold it properly. Don't let go. Matchmaker handed one end of the red string to Song Yujie, who took it with a smile on his face. There was a hint of joy between his brows. Then, Matchmaker handed the other end to Luo Mengchang. Hold it properly, bride. The two of you will be happily married for 100 years, haha. However, Luo Mengchang stood there in a daze and did not take the red string. Everyone present was waiting. Matchmaker could not help but lightly nudged Luo Mengchang with her elbow and said with a smile, haha, it's our bride's first time getting married, so it's inevitable that she's a little shy. A marriage of 1,000 miles is bound by fate. A talented man and a beautiful woman will bow to each other. Luo Mengchang was still indifferent. Song Yu, the head of the Tsang family, who was sitting at the top of the main hall, frowned slightly and snorted with slight dissatisfaction. On the other side, Luo Qiong was also a little embarrassed, but more than that, she felt guilty. Mengchang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If you're too tired, you can rest after the ceremony. Song Yujie said softly. Luo Mengchang gently clenched her jade-like hand and then slowly released it. Then, she hesitantly reached out to take the red string. Seeing this, Matchmaker smiled with relief, and Song Yu's frown also relaxed. However, just as Luo Mengchang's jade-like hand was about to touch the red string, a thunderous voice suddenly sounded outside the courtyard. Wait! On the orders of the sect leader of Mount Kunliu, I'm here to congratulate Miss Luo Mengchang on her wedding. I hereby present 3 humble gifts. Chapter 562. Wait! At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Everyone couldn't help but be startled. Then, with Qi Tang and Fu Qin in the lead, several young figures swaggered into the Tsang clan's gate. I'm Qi Tang. I'm here on the order of the sect leader of Mount Kunliu to congratulate Miss Luo Mengchang on her wedding. Please apologize for our intrusion. The sect leader of Mount Kunliu? The crowd at the side of the field could not help but look at each other with a look of surprise. What sect is Mount Kunliu? Why haven't I heard of it? Mount Kunliu? Could it be the Mount Kunliu sect in the Eastern Victory State? That's impossible. The Eastern Victory State is thousands of miles away from here. How could the sect leader of Mount Kunliu know Miss Luo? That must be nonsense, right? If not, it must be someone else. I think so too. Hee, your guest. Song Yujie smiled faintly and gestured to Fu Qin and the rest. This way, please. Wait. Fu Qin stepped forward and replied coldly, Let's present our gift first. Qi Ting nodded and shouted, This is the first gift for Miss Luo. Congratulations on your wedding. As soon as he finished speaking, a cute young lady walked in with a tray. It was Hua Shui. The guests looked at them curiously. They thought to themselves, what gift is this? Why is it so mysterious and so ostentatious? Hua Shui was holding a sharp sword. The sword was 3 feet long and looked like a piece of jade. It was dazzling with moonlight surrounding it. This is Titai Xiao's sword? A shocked voice came from one of the people from the Luo clan. Whoosh! Subsequently, there was an uproar. The clan leader of the Luo clan, Luo Qiong, was shocked. He frowned and took a few steps forward. It's really the Tai Xiao sword. There was probably no one present who was more familiar with the supreme heaven's sword than him. It was the Luo clan's treasure. Although it had been occupied by the Mu clan for more than 10 years, Luo Qiong could still feel the familiar aura. What's the situation? Isn't the supreme heaven sword in Mu Changtian's hands? He's actually willing to return the sword? I reckon that this so-called Mount Kunliu sect master paid quite a high price. The people below whispered to each other. The Tsang clan patriarch Tsang, you couldn't help but frown. These people didn't seem to be purely here to congratulate him. On the contrary, young Master Yu and Tsang Yujie were much calmer. On the other side, because Luo Mingchang's face was covered with a red cloth, it was difficult to determine the change in her expression at this moment. Master Luo, please accept the gift on behalf of Ms. Luo. Qi Ting smiled. Luo Qiong looked at Luo Mengchang in confusion. Although his heart was beating like a drum, he still nodded gratefully and motioned for a young disciple behind him to come forward and take the supreme heaven sword. Family head, it really is the extreme heaven sword. The disciple's face was filled with unconcealable excitement. Qi Ting gently clapped his hands and said loudly, "Next is the second gift. Congratulations to Miss Luo for finding happiness and living together with the one you love." After saying that, a dignified and virtuous lady walked in with a small tray with a smile on her face. Everyone turned to look at him, their faces filled with curiosity. On the tray was a square stone seal. The stone seal was dark gold in color, and there was a roaring, majestic tiger sitting on it. This stone seal was somewhat similar to the imperial jade seal of the Empire. This? Luo Qiong's expression changed again. He was even more excited than before. City seal. It's the city seal of Taishao City. What? Boom! In an instant, an atmosphere that was even more restless than before arose in the surroundings. Everyone looked at each other, and all of them noticed the shock in each other's eyes. City seal. It was the symbol of a city lord. The holder of the city seal was the highest authority. In other words, the other party had directly returned the entire Taishao city to the Luo clan. The scene was a little chaotic. Everyone looked at Qi Teng, Fu Qin, and the rest with different expressions. Who were these people? How could they make the Mu clan hand over Taishao city? Patriarch Luo, the city seal is returned. You can return to Taishao city at any time. Qi Ting gestured for Ji Shu to bring the city seal to Luo Qiong. Luo Qiong stretched out his slightly trembling hands. He was so excited that he did not know what to say. His father's last wish was fulfilled. Take back Taishao city and the Taishao sword. The previous patriarch, Luo Yibai, could finally rest in peace. At this moment, the patriarch of the Tsang clan, Tsang Yu, looked a little gloomy. According to the previous agreement, as long as Luo Mengchang married into the Tsang clan would help the Luo clan return to Taishao city. Now, these two things had been completed before the wedding was over. This was equivalent to slapping the Tsang clan in the face. Everyone could not help but feel confused. Who was the sect master of Mount Kunliu? What was his purpose for coming here today? The first two gifts have been given. Next is the last one. Qi Teng turned and looked out the door. At the same time, everyone in the Tsang clan's courtyard looked over. Many people stood on their tiptoes and craned their necks in anticipation. What was the third gift? Tap, tap! With light footsteps, Nongqi gradually appeared in front of everyone with a tray in her hands. The tray was covered with a layer of red cloth. The inside of the red cloth was bulging and no one knew what it was. It was covered. Everyone was slightly stunned. At the same time, the curiosity in their hearts grew stronger. Nongqi walked to the center of the red carpet and stopped. Qi Teng walked forward and pulled the red cloth. He said, "This is the third gift from the sect master to Ms. Luo. He wishes Ms. Luo a good life." Whoosh! As soon as he said that, the red cloth on the tray was pulled off. What followed was a wave of terrified screams and the pale faces of the crowd. Everyone's tense heartstrings did not relax. Instead, they felt as if they had been torn apart in an instant. Many people were so shocked that they fell to the ground. They saw a bloody head on the tray. The head's hair was disheveled and its eyes were wide open. It was very scary. Just when everyone was startled, an incomparably panicked voice came from the crowd. Mu, Mu, Mu Chantin. As soon as these few words were spoken, it was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in the minds of everyone present. All of them were shocked to the extreme. F*CK. How is this possible? Mu Changtian is AF** King, profound world realm expert. Exclamations of disbelief rose in the surroundings. The entire Tsang clan's mansion was in an uproar. Mu Changtian was killed? The shock this time was much more intense than the appearance of the supreme cloud sword and the city seal. Clan Master Luo, I have given you all 3 gifts. I hope you and Ms. Luo can accept them, Qi Ting said with a humble smile. Also, everyone in the Mu clan has been driven away by the sect master. You can leave the Moon Dragon City now. What? Luo Qiong's palms were sweaty. At this moment, he even wondered if he was dreaming. On the same day, the most painful thing and the happiest thing had happened. The Luo clan's greatest enemy was dead, and he had personally given the Supreme Cloud Sword and the City Seal to him. This sudden turn of events caused many people in the Luo clan to doubt their lives. In comparison, Tsang Yu, the clan master of the Tsang clan, had a grim expression on his face. He glanced coldly at Luo Mengchong, who was standing below the stage, and said in a deep voice, "Since the gifts have been given, let's hurry up and go through with the wedding ceremony." An invisible and powerful aura spread out from Tsang Yu's body and suppressed the commotion in the crowd. Everyone's expression changed. Tsang Yu was already extremely displeased with these people's continuous slaps in the face. Everyone knew Tsang Yu was much more terrifying than Mu Changtian. At this moment, no one dared to provoke him. That's right. We were so focused on congratulating them that we almost missed the auspicious time. The bride and groom are going to go through the wedding ceremony. Everyone hurriedly chimed in to resolve the awkwardness. Tsang Yu's eyes were slightly cold. Although he was displeased, he did not say anything since the occasion was different. The gun salute sounded again, and fireworks bloomed. It was extremely beautiful. Qi Teng, Fu Qin, Lu Qi, and the rest looked at each other. Lu Qi said, "Why is Lady Mengchong still so indifferent? He should have guessed the identity of the person who sent these gifts. Forget it." Seeing that the newlyweds were about to go through the wedding ceremony, Hua Shui suddenly shouted, "Lady Mengchong, our sect master has something to say to you." The crowd paused again. All eyes were on Hua Shui at the same time. This made her, who was already thin-skinned, blush immediately. She cleared her throat and said, "Our sect leader said." In the end, she was so nervous that she forgot what she was going to say. Qi Teng, Lu Qi, and the rest were also helpless. Hua Shui was indeed destined to do bad things. Sect Master said, however, at that moment, a bright and resplendent starlight streaked across the sky, accompanied by a gentle voice. "Can you wait until the wedding ceremony? Because I still have something to talk to you about." Boom! A brilliant light descended from the sky and landed steadily in the center of the arena. A powerful wave of air swept out, and many people in the surroundings were pushed back. Everyone's heart changed. In the next moment, a young figure with an extraordinary aura appeared in front of everyone. Luo Mengchong, who was under the red hood, could not help but tremble. This gentle voice seemed to have a magical power, causing ripples to appear in her heart. Chapter 563. Sect leader said, "Can you wait to get married? Because I still have something to say to you." Just as Hua Shui was at a loss for words, a gentle voice spoke up. A resplendent light and shadow traversed the sky and descended steadily in front of everyone. A powerful wave of qi swept out in all directions. Seeing the sudden appearance of this young man, everyone present could not help but be stunned on the spot. "It's you!" Tsang Yujie shouted angrily. He took 2 steps forward and pointed at the other party. Brat, so it was you who was playing tricks. Humph, what are you pointing at? Show some respect to our sect leader. Hua Shui retorted unhappily. Sect leader? Chu Hen. Everyone in the room lost their composure once again. The Taishao sword, the Taishao city seal, and Mu Changtian's head were all sent by Chu Hen? Isn't this a little too sensational? Towards Chu Hen, everyone present was very familiar with him. A few months ago, during the Sword Codex gathering, he had defeated the Azura sect's blood young master, Shuehe, in one fell swoop and became the champion of the Sword Codex gathering. However, after the Jade young master, Song Yujie, came out of seclusion, Chu Hen's limelight was overshadowed. The talk of the prefecture was that the Jade young master defeated the strange young master, Cui Chi, with one move. Then, in less than half a month, he defeated 3 young masters in a row. He never thought that on this day, Chu Hen would actually use such a method to counterattack. What method did they use to kill Mu Changtian? How did they manage to take down Great Heaven City? No one knew. However, there was no doubt that no one expected Chu Hen and Song Yujie to have a direct conversation today. Chu Hen did not pay any attention to the countless strange gazes from all directions. His gaze was always on the beautiful figure covered by the red veil. Chu Hen smiled gently. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Can we get married later? I need to talk to you about something. Luo Mingshang's delicate body trembled visibly, her jade-like hands clenched into fists, and the voice that came from under the veil was trembling slightly. What are you doing here? Didn't I tell you? Don't meet again. There's still a deal to be fulfilled. Chu Hen replied, Didn't you say it before? Before you get married, we need to exchange our biggest secrets. I'm here now. The fragrance of the waning moon lingered in the air. Longing is boiling hot. You are in my heart. How have you been since we met in front of the hall? Fool! I was just joking, Luo Mengchang replied softly, her gentle voice carrying a hint of sadness. Chu Hen remained unmoved as he continued to say, I'll give you a promise for half a lifetime. I'll keep my word. What a fool! Luo Mengchang's voice was as light as water. A gust of evening wind blew, and the red veil on Luo Mingshang's head slipped down. Then, a peerlessly beautiful face entered everyone's sight. She was dressed in red makeup, and her beauty was out of this world. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and was as beautiful as a painting. Luo Mengchang, who was dressed in red makeup, quietly stunned everyone, causing a burst of exclamations. Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang looked at each other, and he clearly saw a trace of tears in her eyes. I suddenly changed my mind, Chu Hen said. Is that so? Luo Mengchang's long eyelashes were covered with a trace of mist. I don't want to hear any more secrets. Chu Hen raised his palm, completely ignoring the people around him. Come with me. Come with me. Everyone in the room began to lose their composure. The corner of Luo Mingchang's mouth raised slightly, and she shook her head gently. What if I say no? You won't. Are you that confident? Yes, Chu Hen replied firmly. He looked into her beautiful eyes affectionately and said softly and slowly, If others don't treat you well, I'll be sad. If others treat you well, I'll also feel sad. Instead of handing you over to others, it's better for me to take care of you myself. A promise for half a lifetime. Luo Mengchang smiled. Her smile was as sweet and moving as a flower, but her eyes were moist, and 2 lines of crystal clear tears quietly flowed down. She nodded lightly and smiled faintly, like a blooming peony. After saying that, Luo Mengchang took off the phoenix crown and golden hairpin on her head, threw it on the ground, and ran towards Chu Hen without a care for her own safety. Her lithe and agile figure was like a charming butterfly. Everyone in the courtyard of the Song family was completely stunned. This Chu Hen was practically snatching Song, Yujie's woman, in a naked way. This slap in the face was really resounding. Under the countless gazes of the audience, Luo Mengchang left Song Yuje's side and ran towards Chu Hen. The moment the two of them held hands, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Boom! A particularly heavy explosion reverberated in the air. Countless deep cracks on the ground spread out from under Song Yuje's feet like a spider web. A scorching blue light exploded from within Song Yuje's body. Within the rampaging, chaotic cyclone, it was filled with an ice-cold killing intent that sent chills down one's spine. Everyone's expression changed again, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. Song Yuje looked coldly at Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang in front of him, and his handsome face was covered with a layer of frost. Today is my, Song Yuje's, wedding day. If you're here to drink a cup of wine, then sit at the side obediently. If you don't have anything else to say, then immediately scram. Although I don't know what tricks you used to take over Taishao City, but I, Song Yuje, am telling you that you don't have the ability to take my woman away. Anger, absolute anger, a chilling intent filled the air. Regardless of whether Song Yuje truly wanted to marry Luo Mengchang, he would definitely not let Chu Hen take her away today. Otherwise, the Song family would lose face and Song Yuje would lose even more, facing the chilling Song Yuje. Chu Hen was not the least bit afraid. Sorry, she's my woman. And you don't even have the right to touch her. Ha! Song Yuje was so angry that he laughed, and the blue flame surrounding his body became even more agitated. To be honest, I admire your arrogance. If you want to take her away, sure. But you have to defeat me first. Kaboom! Just as he finished speaking, an incomparably ferocious and terrifying pressure surged towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he quickly let go of Luo Mingchang's hand and pushed her to the side. Wait for me there! Luo Mingchang's expression changed slightly, and before she could react, Chu Hen lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. Buzz! A thick wave of black inner yuan shot up into the sky, like a torrent of mountains and rivers. Bang! The auras of both sides immediately collided, and the air was filled with a thunderous explosion. The strong wind raged, and the aftermath spread. The carpet between the two of them was directly crushed to pieces, and many of the people around them were sent flying back. Everyone retreated. As for the Song family and the Luo family, they stepped forward one after another. At this stage, there was no better way to solve the problem other than fighting. The gorgeous blue flame and the overbearing black true essence were like two torrents of energy that clashed against each other, forming an arc-shaped light curtain in front of the two. One was the leader of the four young masters. The other was the champion of the Sword Code Grand Meet. These two geniuses, who had been like the sun in the sky for the past few months, finally met and had a face-to-face dialogue. A rank 4 void-piercing realm. Is this what you have to challenge me? Song Yuje sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Yuje's eyes suddenly shot out 2 rays of light, and he grabbed with his right hand. Xing! A sharp dragon engraved sword appeared in his hand. His palm condensed, and suddenly a beautiful blue ray was swallowed. Song Yuje raised his sword, and the powerful sword aura directly split the surging black ray in front of him, and then flashed out like a ghost. The sword ray was like a flowing shadow, and it slashed vertically as if it was going to cut Chu Hen into 2 halves. Bang! The stone bricks under Chu Hen's feet instantly exploded, and the scattered airwaves mixed with dust rushed towards the surrounding people. The sharp sword in Song Yuje's hand was blocked by a dark red blade above Chu Hen's head. The light patterns intertwined and blossomed wantonly.